Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to begin the International Academic Conference of the National Folk Museum of Korea from 10:30. Please take your seats. This year's conference would provide simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean. If you need, interpretation assistance, please receive the interpretation device from the lobby. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance despite your busy schedule. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude. My name is ENG. I'm the moderator for day 1 of this year's academic conference. This year, we have an opportunity to understand the future for museums in the rapidly changing environments and society. If you would like to understand specific agenda of today and tomorrow's conference, please refer to page number 4 of the booklet that we distributed. We would like to officially take off today's conference. We would like to skip Pledge to Allegiance, and we would like to invite Director General Kim Jong-dae for her opening remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Jong-dae. I'm here on behalf of the National Folk Museum of Korea. Thank you for joining us at the International Academic Symposium titled The Role of Future Museums. The rapid pace of technological advancements has reshaped many aspects of our life, spanning societal and cultural landscapes. Especially the recent global pandemic has further accelerated these transformations. Museums have also evolved in many unimaginable ways, and this evolution promises to continue. As we stand at this pivotal moment of change and transition, this conference seeks to envision the future roles of museum and determine the path forward. And that's why we are here now. Notably, this year commemorates the 30th anniversary of our relocation and grand reopening at today's location. We hope that this symposium paves the way for museum's preparation for the upcoming era. This symposium will take place over 2 days from September 19th to 20th. Today, We will be diving into trends in both local and international museums and ponder upon the roles of future museums. And tomorrow, we will focus on children's museums, concentrating on their exhibitions and educational strategies. It is our hope that this gathering provides a valuable platform for museum professionals from all over the world to exchange insights on global trend and discuss our collective future. Special appreciation goes out to our colleagues who have traveled overseas to contribute to this symposium. I'd like to once again thank everyone. And we encourage active participation so that the following 2 days prove engaging and fruitful. Thank you.
네, 김종대 관장님의
Thank you very much, Director General Kim Jong-dae, for your warm and kind opening remarks. We would like to officially take off today's official schedule. Today, we are going to focus on the theme of museum and changes for the future, and we're going to have 5 different presentations and panel discussions. First, let me introduce the keynote speech for today. This will be delivered by ICOM Vice Chair and also Director General of the Aryan Museum, Ms. In Kyung Chang. She's going to speak under the title of Museum and Changes for the Future. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ms. Eunmi Lee. Director General Kim Jong-dae has already covered all the important points for today's symposium, so it puts me in an awkward position to carry out my presentation. When I was first asked to prepare for a keynote speech, I thought about museums and what museums should look like in the future. I had an opportunity to think about where the folk museum would be at in 30 years because we are living in such an uncertain period of time, and probably in 30 years. I don't know how much percentage it would be, but probably most of us will not be existing in this world. It'll be our successors and our subordinates who will be taking over our jobs. We had an opportunity to think about what then thoughts we need to put into when it comes to preparing them to be the next leaders. Of course, the future is quite uncertain. If you look at what's happening right now, of course, when you look back to the past 30 years, we think, oh, I should have known. If only I had known this, I would have done this and that. And you always want to predict the future, and you want the answers to be right at your hand, but that's not quite likely. So what is important is when we say that population is changing and census is changing, what then should be the target audience for museums and who should we serve going forward? And right now, there are multiple technologies, including digital transformation and IT, AI, and digital integration of our museum content. And when you think about sustainability, we sometimes think about something that's outside the museum scenes, but we now have to think about how sustainability has to be incorporated in our museum environment and what we can add to the picture and how we can contribute to the trend. So from that perspective, we wanted to have an opportunity to look back on what we're doing and to predict what is going to happen in 3 years, what items
지금 5일
and agenda we need to think about is going to be the focus of my presentation. So this is the left graph is reported by OECD, and the right graph is what's reorganized by a journalist at JoongAng Daily. The global population is growing. However, Korea is at the verge of plummeting of population. And within that downsizing of population, the makeup of the census is quite tumultuous. If you look at the right graph, what we are focusing on, of course, could include adults and also children. And given that museum is an educational organization, teenagers and students tend to come to our locations. But if you look at what's going to happen in 2030, the number of children is decreasing, and the number of senior citizens is rapidly growing. So, in that sense, the target audience will be very different from our current makeup or composition. Of course, we are aware of this trend because we read news headlines every day, but we need to think about how to incorporate this change to how museum is going to serve the public. And in the case of Korea, we are going through urbanization. More than 50% of Koreans are living in metropolitan areas and cities. So if you look at from 2030 to 2047, the population in local cities and rural cities are downsizing. And if you think about museums in big cities, maybe they don't have to worry so much. But if you think about the future of the Iron Museum with a population of small cities, I would say the number of visitors do not surpass 10,000 per year ever. And when population consensus and makeup are going to change, who you serve is going to be changing as well. Are we actually catching up with this trend? Are we actually equipping ourselves to respond to this trend? Is the question that we need to throw at ourselves. Sejong City is good, probably because of the government agencies are concentrated, but if you think about North Jeolla province or North Gyeongsang province, you can see the population is decreasing rapidly. When you have an event in Seoul City like this, but more and more housings are becoming empty, and local and rural cities are going to see the trends even harder, and that's going to cause a big change. And another element we need to think about is that because of that populational change, many young people in Korea would like to come up to major cities and live there. So small-sized museums in local cities are having such a hard time obtaining workers. Young people think that small cities are not dynamic enough for them to settle down, and they want to move to metropolitan cities. So museums, not in the macro term, but right at the moment, it's quite difficult to recruit workers. Not many people are willing to work in such small cities. And you may think that this is a very natural phenomenon. I'm not saying this is a wrong trend, but we just have to recognize the change. In the case of Korea, we see such changes I mentioned. What about foreign countries? I can see that from the 1970s, there were some studies and research thinking about the potential changes in populational composition. Back in the days, I would say AAM is the most enthusiastic museum who is thinking about the future quite rigorously. If you look at the Center for the Future of Museum, they have been publishing Trend Watch, and in 2010s, America is going through a diversity issue. And if you look at this graph on the screen, as of 2010, minorities in the U.S., excluding Caucasians, Caucasians were 90%, and only 9% of ethnic minorities were visiting museums. That was before 1970. And if you look at right now how the number has changed, the number of visitors do not actually accurately reflect the actual populational composition. So in this report, in 25 years, those minorities are not going to be minorities anymore. That's the reality. And in that case, if you think about how this graph was grafted, we have around 15 years left, and what kind of activities these museums are working on. For the diversity issue, I understand that they have been involved in the process of incorporating minorities too. For example, after looking at the population makeup and also the workers at the museum, we have to make sure the representation of workers should match the local populational makeup. In the case of Korea, because we do not have a recognition that we are a multicultural country, I don't think we put much consideration in this respect. What we can think about by looking at these efforts is, again, young people have to be included in museum scenes. When we have to talk about conflict between generations, we have to talk about gender equality and women's rights. We also have to talk about people with disabilities. If you think about disabilities, maybe you may think that it's only a small portion of population, but it serves as a great role when it comes to what museums do for society, so we need to be more considerate about their presence and their visits. As you can see, we have senior citizens, we have people with vision issues and cognitive disabilities, auditory disabilities, and there are people who have or become people with disabilities. Maybe in the short term, we can experience many different types of disabilities. So in that sense, we need to be quite inclusive. And we need to turn the museums into an inclusive space. What we can learn from statistics is not just about demographics, but by collecting data, what we can understand is when we make decisions as museums, we can make decisions based on information. So information-oriented decision-making is available. So we need to work hard to incorporate those statistical data, and you should be aware of such changes. So now, going forward, we have been talking about digital integration, and I'm sure you felt this strongly during the pandemic. There are museums who are digital ready, and there were museums who are not digital ready, and there's a big discrepancy between the two. Museums tend to focus on on-site exhibitions, so without actual visit to the location, it is impossible to think about how to enjoy those collections. Of course, the quality of exhibitions could be different and your experience would be different. But if you look on the right side, these images during the pandemic, the Getty Museum would turn their collections into high-resolution images or videos so that many people can interpret those collections in their own way. And this garnered explosive attention. And sometimes I laugh, and sometimes I chuckle about how did they even come up with this brilliant idea. So it's not just about on-site or in-person. On-site space is somewhere we can also greet audience and visitors, and we can communicate with them, we can be connected with them. This is a space to increase creativity and imagination, and we saw a number of examples during the pandemic. And in addition, AR, VR, this is something we need to do and utilize. As you can see on the screen, last year, the year of Rabbit, the National Folk Museum always displays zodiacs, and last year was the rabbit theme. And now, whenever I do this, I don't even need to go and take photos, because when you turn those pieces into AR or VR, it's very easy to expand it, zoom it in, and look at it from different angles. So if you are thinking of a large-scale museum, it's very common practice these days. And in the case of immersive exhibition, if you think about any museum that's quite sizable, almost all museum exhibitions have some sort of immersive display or corner. And on the right side, in the National Museum of Korea, there is a metaverse space that they have established. So sizable museums have capacity and technological capabilities and budgeting power to execute such programs. So I can see even museums are being polarized. If you think about small-scale museums without any digitized or digitalized collections, it's quite difficult for them to keep up with this new trends using digital technologies. So another example I would like to give is what I witnessed in Berlin last year after the Icon Prague Congress. I went to the Pergamon Museum, and the exhibition was sizable and seismic, and I was able to see that they trusted artists. They utilized different technologies to come up with such a immersive and large-scale display. And this is a great example for everyone who's in the museum industry. I wouldn't say all museums could do this or should do this, but by experiencing such a project, I think the implication is partnership. Technology is something that cannot be solved independently by the museum itself. Technology, imagination, and research could build such a big project and could resonate and within people and give great impact to visitors. And in addition, on the left side, this is Dali Lives. It's Florida Museum of Florida. And you can see that it's a scene where Dali is talking as if he's alive. And on the right side, there is the Science Museum Network located in London. And this museum is focusing on gamification elements. We would put some education points in the game. And of course, there is a private gaming industry, and museums would bring in such gaming industry into our exhibition. But when we say we work with the gaming industry, I think we can level down and make sure that our content is personable, but also in the same time quite in-depth. Because right now, if you think about education, you think about coming here, listening to explanations from museums. Of course, that's an important part. But for a wider range of target audience, I think digital integration is somewhere where we're exploring different opportunities. And in addition, of course, everything is being run on mobile. Even my documents are on my phone. Of course, because I'm quite aged, some people think or say that, oh, you're pretty good for an old person, but now things are quite changing, and I really try hard to pick up those newest technologies. If you think about making reservations on mobile devices, sometimes people say in Jogesa Temple, even the booking and reservation or donation money is received on mobile apps. So things are changing for sure. And as the trends are changing, we can also implement those changes in museum scenes. So we have talked about chatbots and how curators are going to disappear in museums. Do we even need curators when we can just put in all the data and AI curators are going to curate for personalized exhibition services and experiences? We talk about autonomous driving, but it could also become autonomous curators. Those were beyond our imagination, of course, because things are changing so rapidly, it's quite difficult for us to make an accurate prediction about what's going to happen in the future. So digital information technologies, what these are going to do to us and for us. These are great opportunities, but also at the same time, big threats. So now I would like to move on to sustainability and SDG goals. When you say sustainability, This was first coined by Brundtland Report in the UN. Sustainable, when you say sustainable, sustainability, those refer to goals, whereas development refers to different steps and stages or categories or industries. So these are tools to achieve sustainability. So you can see on the right side of the screen there is a graph of SDGs. I'm sure you're quite familiar with this graph. If you look at the very bottom, which is number 17, it says partnerships for the goals. That's the beginning of everything. And if you look at number 10, which is on the top of the graph, it says reduced inequalities. So the reason why you continuously pursue sustainable goals is because we have to make sure no one is left behind and they have the right to enjoy happiness in a safe environment given equal opportunities, and we need to build such society.
콤도 2019년에
ICOM also held a plenary session for sustainability, and it focused on how the museums can support sustainability and make efforts in this regard. Also, in collaboration with OECD, well, I told you how OECD was focused on demographics, but in the ICOM, we have the Urban Museum Committee. Because right now, the urbanization is causing a lot of pollution and social discrepancies and poverties. So this Urban Museum Committee is very actively working right now, and ICOM collaborated with OECD to promote local society and culture. They published a report, and me at the ICOM Korea translated it and uploaded it to the ICOM website so that it can be accessible to everyone. In particular, this report shows what kind of partnerships that the museums can have with the local governments and local authorities, and how it can impact policies, and how the authorities can help the museums. Museums can possibly link all the tourism sectors and industries within the local communities to maximize the impact. This report includes lots of case studies and examples and graphs. So when museum first talked about sustainability, people thought that it was just about society and economy and not related to what museums are doing. But this graph shows the Archaeological Museum Network of Europe's graph. And you can see that there are 17 different goals. And you can see that there are sub-items. And the one in the green shows the areas that the museums can take the lead, whereas the ones on the blue shows where the museums can support other entities. And the one in red lining shows how the museum should change internally. And as we were experiencing COVID-19, well, in the beginning, about 90% of the museum had to shut down. And after COVID-19, there were lots of museums that permanently shut down because of economic losses. So it can be quite difficult for them to get the sponsorship or can get the government support. And that's why it's quite difficult for the museums to be self-sufficient. And they have to survive in this difficult period. But that's not easy, and that's why many of the museums are shutting down. And also, as you can see in this demographic, it's quite difficult to secure the workforce. That's why for small-scale private museums, they cannot be run because they can't find or hire the workers. So sustainability and the goals, and these are not just a matter for other countries or other sectors. We need to think about how to implement sustainability within the museums. And these documents or data can be accessible via internet, and I hope that you can check it out in your free time. Also, in 2019, to prepare for this, ICOM set up a sustainability working group. Of course, this was to encourage the committees within the ICOM. They set up an action plan and major principles for them to follow. And as you can see on the second part, there's the part about cost effectiveness. So a project needs to be effective compared to how much money is spent. What is more, there's a part about flexibility. We shouldn't do something simply because it was set. Even though there was a plan for that, we need to make flexible decisions. And of course, we need to respect human rights. And also, we need to take cultural context into consideration. In particular, we have about 140 different member countries within ICOM. And so for the international committees, well, we have Ms. Karanka here too. But if we are to take active role in the international committee, we need to respect and understand the different cultural contexts for a better communication. And that's why this part is emphasized here. And also there's part about how the gender ratio has to be respected and intergenerational conflicts have to be managed well. Also, partnerships are emphasized. And of course, you need to be more accountable and responsible and set ambitious and bold goals. And these goals and these terms, of course, are well known to many people, and you may think it's common sense to follow them, but acting on them is quite difficult. As I converse with Imi-san and Yoo-san just right now, we know all about them, but we need to move beyond that. We need to actually walk the walk, and we should implement them in our daily lives, even in urgent cases. So that's why sustainability should be thought of as an urgent and desperate issue. And in doing all of this, are museums ready enough as workplace? We talk about museums in 30 years. But if you think about museums 30 years ago, well, I guess that Koreans will know what this image is from. This is from a Korean TV series, and this represents Korean working culture. And this shows how rigid the working culture is within Korea. We see a very rigid corporate culture between different divisions. However, with COVID-19, work from home was made possible, and people realized that working from home is indeed possible despite some limitations. And this made people wonder how to achieve work and life balance, because museum employees have to be happy themselves to make museum a happy place to visit. So this is an important topic. And this is not just a matter involving museums. All the workplaces have to take this into account, and museums should not be an exception. And also the museums, well, in museums there are curators. And when we talk about museum professionals, museum employees, or museum workers, we use and interchange these different terms. And even within the Intercom or ICOM, there are discussions about what should be the definition of the ICOM members. And museums outsource a lot of tasks. And for Europe and the US, they are outsourcing even more tasks. And in that case, who should be regarded as museum employees or museum professionals? That question arises. Also, what happens to people working outside museums? Well, this is something that I cannot go into in details, but the museums, organizations have quite a discrepancy between what they should do. So what is requested of museums and what the museums can digest have gaps because they cannot employ everyone 100% in full-time jobs. And this is going to be an even more important issue for the leadership to think about going forward. What is more, well, in the case of left, this is a good example. This is the collection of Smithsonian Museum, and that is a good example. But there are museums that do not have that kind of collections. If you look at the right graph, you can see the storage space is quite distracted because they don't have the resources to tackle that. And that's why ICOM also wants to overcome this issue. And that's why ICOM is doing a project on storage. So this is the reality that we are facing. And I'm quite embarrassed to recognize this, but our collections are quite outdated, and it even had a water leak in rainy days. And the collection manager had to take all of the water out. But what other people request of the museums are quite large. However, we do not have the capacity to respond to all of them. So this is the realities that we are facing. And we want to go to digitization, but we still face a lot of gaps. It'll be difficult to utilize collections unless they're all digitized. And as digital technologies is being advanced more, we need to continue to update and upgrade these digital collections and images, and which poses a lot of burden for us. So it's quite difficult time for us to work in museum, and this is one case example. And this shows how the artists say that, well, AIs can curate everything. But in that case, what should be the role of humans? Because on the field, we do not just do research. A lot of the workers spend a lot of time doing daily work. So their core projects or their core research work are sometimes abandoned. The new definition of ICOM on museum involves surveys. And the most cited word in those surveys was research. So museums should involve research, but unfortunately right now the museum employees cannot focus their resources on research. And that's why we cannot move into an in-depth interpretation. And we were quite surprised and delighted to see research coming up as the top priority word. But we need to continue to find what the humans and the human curators can do. Of course, job descriptions of human curators may change in the future, but we need to continue on with these deliberations. And we need to be digitally competent. Of course, in large museums, they are already doing well in this regard, but in terms of digital technologies, the museum employees need to know more about it, because that's how they can decide what kind of technologies they can use and how to collaborate with other people and how to communicate with other people better using technologies. So there needs to be continuous training within the museum, and we need to learn continuously. I like to mention the term foundational skill. And in Korea, if you are to work in museum, you need to have an academic background in collection. But in the future, that might not be the case. We might be able to outsource research or academic skills, then who should be working in the museums? In the future, communication skill will be even more important. What is more, as we work in the museum, a lot of things are digitized. We are even allowing online payment, and that's why we need even more greater thoughts into this. I'd like to emphasize the importance of partnership. Our organizational culture has to change. We have to change the organizational change to embrace change. The internal groups and external groups have to be respected. So it's all up to us. We will decide what to do. Going forward, if you think about 30 years later, well, you may think it's too far ahead, but you need to think that our decisions will impact far later on. And our organizational decisions and our day-to-day decisions have to be based on this long-term planning. Thank you very much.
장인경 관장님 기조 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the keynote presentation. She talked us through the demographics and the changes that digital technologies brought, sustainability, and what the museums have to change in terms of becoming a better working environment. She talked us about what the museums have to do going forward and gave us a lot of food for thought. So in this auditorium, we have Kim Jong-gyu, the head of Cultural Heritage Trustee, and he always comes to this conference in person. Thank you very much for supporting us. Now with that, let us begin the presentation in earnest. We would like to welcome the first speaker by the chairman for ICOM Intercom. The Intercom is the one that is in charge of museum management, and the speaker is Director General of National Museum, Debord Rakoschan, Goranka Horuan. So she told us to pronounce her name as Goranka Horuan, and we're going to welcome her for the first presentation on the title of Visionary Leadership and Management of Expectations in Museums. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good day, everybody. I would first like to thank our hosts for the invitation, to the Director General and the trustee who opened the conference with nice words. And also I would like to greet our Vice Chair of ICOM, In Kyung Chung, who was the keynote speaker. I'm coming from Croatia, and currently I am the chair of Intercom ICOM, which is the International Committee for Museum Management. So my speech today will be mainly, given from the viewpoint of museum directors and leaders, and I would like to point out some of the research that we have been doing lately and which can be helpful for everybody. First of all, I would like to say in general, visions is something that we should have as people who work in museums. So this is not probably the difficult part. The difficult part may be how to implement them and how to meet all the expectations around those visions, because this is the field where we can step on a mine, how to say. I would also like to show the place where I work. This is the National Museum of Dvor Trakošćan, beautiful setting, and we are very proud that unexpectedly last week we won the Google Award, the Golden Pin, as the users of Google Maps voted for us as being one of the most attractive venue they found on the maps. So this shows that some surprises can be good, but some surprises are not very good, and we have to prevent them from happening. I will roughly speak about 3 points. One is leading the museum with a vision and having a mission on our mind all the time. Then something about the concept of change and why it is often a difficult issue in museums. And finally, I will give several examples from practice, some from my country, but I will also refer to some examples from abroad. A little more about Intercom. Recently, we really took a lot of efforts in promoting leadership and good governance in museums, and we are really proud that the ICOM strategic goals also contain the topics of leadership and governance, because we should really say that everything starts with the management, with the good management. If you want to make a change, if you want to move forward, you have to have the management and leadership on your side. Another thing that we were working on lately is how to empower our colleagues, how to do some training for directors and leaders, which are not an easy target group, since those people are very busy with scarce time, globally have different challenges. Therefore, we actually established Regional Directors Forum. Since last year, they are running effectively. We had several in Latin America, Africa, Middle East, Southeast Europe, in India, and we are looking forward to other regions to cooperate. Some of our publications are published, and they are online available, like Taking the Pulse, the global survey, and also Museum Watch governance management projects, and they are to be downloaded free from Intercom website. When we are having a vision how our museums should develop in a very challenging environment of present day, we have to somehow start from where we are now at the moment. What is really important is our present profile, our reputation, our position, because this has an impact how we are going to make decisions for the future and on what things we can count on the way. ENG has mentioned several important, how to say, recent trends and steps, but it is not, how to say, easy for every museum to implement them. So if you are a small regional museum or if you are a big world-class museum, your starting point is quite different. And let's not fool ourselves. Some museums will have a lot of trouble and difficulty to follow the current trends. And also this reputation and self-awareness of this reputation is important, because somehow people working in a museum, working with exquisite, very valuable objects, may think that the global audience is also aware of that, which may not be the case also. So sometimes in a museum we are offended with counting the visitors, but actually this is one tool that tells us, gives us the feedback how well we are known in the environment, either in our city, in a broader region, internationally, etc. So, in tracing the near future, we would like to know where we would want to be, and to judge this properly, we also have to involve this audience, the users. They will help us to assess our potential. And then, chasing the big picture, chasing our aspirations is a work in front. It's long-lasting, since everything we want to do in museums is a more or less large project. So, to be on a mission, that's obviously that museums are established around their missions. They think that everybody involved, from their founders, from the people that work inside, from collaborators, they are jointly supporting the mission. But this also has to be taken with care and really do regular checkups. Just before the annual triennial conference in Prague, last year, with NPR in my former museum, we organized a workshop, an interesting one, really trying to check whether people working in museums do know their missions by heart. If you ask them just like this, do you know what your museum mission is? Surprisingly, many employed people do not know that, including directors. So, can you think how founders, board of trustees, or general audience are linked with the mission? They are not. And we have to work on that also internally. We also found out that some missions are too complex. They are, just rewritten descriptions of what the museum is doing from the statutes, from other documents, from the museum law. This is not very inspiring for people, and of course they don't know that. So there is no wonder how we have to improve in communicating internally and externally what we are doing. So mission keeps us together, but it needs attention. So we have to check, revise, ensure the continuity, and we can do that only by making people see the purpose in it, so they have to somehow create better links with the museum. Of course, everything we do happens in a kind of environment that changes frequently, and once the COVID pandemic was over, there was no relief for museums. So the closures left an economical impact, and saving scissors are always directed towards culture. So there are no savings or cost reductions that don't include the budget for culture. And then also we saw that the workplace has become a new challenge. Many people lost their jobs in the pandemics. They did not return back to the museum field anymore. So also working at home became an opportunity, but also the pandemic made an influence on people, what's important for them. And so maybe to burn out at work is not anymore the ideal. So more and more people are confronted with the term quiet quitting or real resignations, looking for new jobs. with the financial slide downs and actually jobs that are not paid well, you cannot attract young professionals, especially those who are, doing contemporary design, digital programs, etc. So either you have money to outsource or you will lack these competences in your museums. And of course, the audience demands new programs. They want a museum to deliver now online and on-site. This costs. Climate change and green solutions, fantastic on the paper, but when you have to implement it in your real building, in your real museum, then challenges are met. So how to check that you are on the track? How to really see what can you do to improve your situation? Of course, museum is not an island. You have to learn from the others. You also have to somehow be ready to see that new trends may not be really something you expect or your partners will always support, like the growth principle. Just say it to the tourism guys and you will see how do they react. Inner problems are also very making an impact on museums, especially the silo mentality is often mentioned as something that can be a problem in a museum. Why? You have a workplace which is really compact, which has a long-term employees who might share very the same values, and if you have a changing environment that, needs some shifts in their working conditions, working culture, this may seem as a threat. Then you also have these divisions within the museum between different departments, which can make like a military squad, loyalty inside of the team, but very critical and maybe a strong position holding against the other team. Especially, for example, we have the cases researchers, curators, and marketing and publish relationship. There is almost, I have not visited a museum where this is not seen as a challenge. So how actually overcome this? How to ensure that when young professionals are coming in the museums will not soon be melted down by their fellow colleagues and just get into the usual mold of things. This is also something that depends on competences and skills. Jung admitted that maybe for our age, learning new technicalities, it's not easy, and you really have to put efforts in doing that, in showing, in following what's new. But the changes are really rapid, and if you really do not catch the technology train, you may lost it forever. So it requires constant training, constant learning, and not everybody is willing to do that. I like this cartoon from O'Rourke because it really depicts well, that the expectations are always on somebody else. We are aware that something has to be done differently, but, it's not us really who needs to change, or if we really feel that we have to change, we have excuses why we can't. and they are justified and well elaborated, which we don't maybe allow for the others. So even UN made a simple manual introducing the methodology of the theory of change, which actually, how to say, says that you need to implement some steps in order to be able to change. Of course, there is no magic formula, but a lot of common sense that can tell you around your vision, around something you want to alter. You have to gather a group of stakeholders that will help you. You should focus on what you are doing. You should make aspirations that are real, or at least are based on some kind of trial or evidence. In that case, you will mitigate risks and make it more possible. And of course, then it is the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation to see how this works in reality, because we are really living in a multi-layered society, and if in our assumption we just focus on some elements, we may easily fail, because there are many layers underneath that may have an impact that we have not envisaged. So, museum environment in itself as a workplace is very, very, very demanding, and there are reasons for it. One of our colleagues, British colleagues, I think the former director of National Gallery, once said that you are supposed to serve infinite number of users in a period of time that is not really set, you know. So you open your door, and one day a lot of visitors can come. One day there can be 1,000 or 20,000 or none, of different age, different needs, different aspirations. You can have older generation, school children, people with certain disabilities, etc. And you have to serve them all. So being inclusive, being accessible, yes, but this is a serious task. And not many museums have all the necessary means and resources to do it in the right way. Of course, everything we do costs a lot. Either we want to expand, exchange the permanent exhibition, build a new building, or even maintain the existing one. The spaces are huge, the energy costs are enormous. If you want to provide the service well, you need paid staff, and you are always understaffed, no matter how big you are. So this is really a question that you are in a position of constantly asking authorities, donators, trustees, whomever you can, to give more, to support more, to make you enable doing things. And you have to provide a kind of studies, something that shows that investing in you will bring social benefits, will be sustainable, will give results. And of course, you have to see that people's interests are followed, because this is your actually main argument. No one will extend the museum just that the researchers have more comfortable place to investigate museum objects. But if you are planning to offer new services for the society, that's the argument that can be seen. So a little bit more about inner problems that can cause, how to say, delays or actually that things are stopped in the museum. Of course, these are not the all, but the lack of collective vision can be one, as we say, working in silos also. It's not enabling new things. What is often the case is this expert and layman balance that needs to be, overcome in museums. So people work on their collections, they see how valuable they are, they want to publish results, stage exhibitions on their topic, but how they are going to do that, or how are they going to choose the topics, really depends on the success of the exhibitions that museum produces, how they will reach the people's heart, the visitors, etc. Then, if you have too many competing interests, this can also slow down the museum. It doesn't mean that all the things are not important, but for the museum it is important to have priorities. Not everything has to be done and can be done at the same time, you know. So how these decision makers are grouped around these priorities, that is the way how you are going to advance. Of course, you have to deal with illegitimate requests and involvement of politics as well. This is something that is really unavoidable. And of course, there are stronger fields than culture and museums. For example, Korea has the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Sometimes culture and education are together. It's always a problem, you know, when you have a stronger sector linked with you in a decision-making process. This is really, for example, for our country, where almost 1/4 of the GDP comes from tourism. This is the battle that you will almost always lose, you know, because their arguments will prevail as they bring more money in, and this is really we are always on the verge of defending the monuments, but not defending the projects, further investments and development of museums. And of course, expectations and resources. We all know what we should do, but the question is how we can do that with existing resources, and what is really the rise we can expect. What is something that is manageable, you know? And often some too ambitious projects fail because this communication is with the founders actually is not successful, because you are asking what they cannot give and will not provide. Also, something that can be seen as a hindering part in museum work is what strengths you have internally, you know, and how these skills and competencies are used in everyday working culture. This is something that determines a compact, team-oriented, hard-working museum, and the museum who is drowned in its own internal problems, constantly getting back to some issues of disagreement. This is really not an easy task, but it should be solved by management. And we always say and want to get the feedback from our partners and members worldwide. How do you see your best organizational structure? Is it really hierarchical? Or is it horizontal? Do you want a kind of metric shape, or do you create teams and organize the work around the tasks? Sometimes you can do implement one model, sometimes the other. You know, you give the people more freedom, but of course. Then you can merge roles and responsibilities, and it can create a big fuss if something is not done well. You know, you can have a more rigid structure like a pyramid, so you really have a clear division of responsibilities. But then maybe you will not get the creative potential out of people. So every model has a risk, and it is on the leaders and directors to judge this. And the context of every museum is unique, and what is really required is constant checking and prototyping. So how you will meet this with your collections, with your human resources, with your finances, with your building, it's not irrelevant where you are positioned. Are you in the center of the urban city? We saw that the majority of people live there. Or you are somewhere out in the nature and people need cars, spend a day, have a day off to visit you. So this is something that you have to take into account. What makes management interesting and difficult are stakeholders. You know, working with people is the greatest joy, but it can also be a very heavy burden. It depends on you, and it depends on how you have identified those whom you need to do something. Have you done your homework in analyzing them, whether it will be really difficult to persuade them to help you, or it will be much more easier because you have you share the same vision or mindset about development issues. And of course these things can change. So the same stakeholder may change its preference and attitude in the course of time. So that's why when leading people, we really have to pay attention how we keep people informed, satisfied, more involved, etc. I have read many fairy tales about that everyone has to know everything. This is insane. It's impossible. How management can inform everybody on the same level about things? This is really not possible. But people have to know what's going on different levels and how much they are involved. Because of course when you have a larger project, and museum projects are large, that means when you need support, it will be long-lasting if it's an investment. So if you enter somebody's budget, the founder's budget for building a new museum, it will not be 1 year. So it will be 2-3 years. In the meantime, somebody else will not be supported if you won the grant or finances. then most decision makers would love to see the benefits, the results. Sometimes they are linked with political demands. They want the results before the elections or something like this. And you have to be aware of that. There is no place to wonder about it. It will certainly make the influence on what they do. So maybe sometimes there is no interest for the project, how to reshape it. And of course, one of the best ways to do it is to win the hearts of people. So if you have people behind you, if they are supporting you, then it's most likely that the decision makers will not, make people unhappy. They could risk making you unhappy, but maybe they will not risk with the communities and many voters. So what is also good is to build a narrative with which you are going to approach them, that it's understandable, clear, and then you can perhaps be on a safer ground when you are implementing, contracting the operations. Now, for the end, a little bit of examples. This is Salona. As you may know, Croatia is full of the remnants of the antiquities, since we were part of Roman Empire. And one of them is the city founded by Julius Caesar, and which was one of the largest city in the province of Dalmatia, where also the Emperor Diocletian built his palace in Split as his residence. So the city has been somehow buried down, and had very bad luck that around it a new semi-urban environment is popping up with the houses randomly built, even, for example, very close to the former amphitheater. You have private houses, illegal parking, you have no fence around the site, and the site has been run by the Archaeological Museum of Split, who obviously has no capacity to do the proper management of the site. And the local community now has the ambition, to use it for tourism. They saw so many visits in Split in the Diocletian Palace. Now they want to share the piece of cake. And they are starting to meddle in the management and, of course, building new programs, not really involving colleagues in the plan, and this caused a serious friction between the local community and the museum, which will end, unfortunately, with the bad management of the site. You can see that the tourist hotels and assets are built over the remnants of the former monuments. Then when museum is digging something, then you see some holes left around which are dangerous for the people walking by. So this really bad stakeholder management can endanger the life of people, the museum's future, the future of the site, and of course the expectations of the community to benefit from such a huge monument they have. Another example, also archaeological one, comes from Pula in Istria. also full of sights. And recently they have refurbished completely the old Roman theater, presenting it today as a new venue for events, using the museum back part as a projecting scene. So this can, and this was done also with the support of the city, which means they expect to have programs there, and they also maintain other Roman sites very well. Our museum, Trakošćano, has the problem with the lake and the surroundings. We had to unmud it, so the water is out of the lake. This is something that we cannot do. Croatian Waters, national company, is doing it, and you have to, how to say, make a pressure for them how to speed up the work. So we just issued a T-shirt, "Where is the lake?" with a print of our 16th century dog from the one of the portraits, and we would like to start the campaign of speeding up the work. Of course, environmental issues are nowadays a great, how to say, theme and topic, and many museums are popping up with this as the main subject, like the Museum of Tomorrow or Futurium in Berlin. And it is really surprising to see how these museums are chasing the numbers of the old mega important museums like Pergamon or Altes Museum on the Museumsinsel. For example, Futurium had 500,000, Pergamon 800,000 after the opening, and Altes Museum 360,000. So this is really, how to say, a good indicator how the preferences of the audience may change, and no one is safe really in future. Science and digital innovation, I will not mention it. This is something we have proposed for Salona's events, and immersive artworks like the one in Germany are also gathering audiences, and of course museums are sharing how to say, support with more and more institutions, visiting centers. Some developments, even the famous site, leave shocking interventions around. This is really, you know, building everything at any cost, like Machu Picchu, the town where the buses start, has become a building site with extremely ugly buildings that are popping around and really devastating the whole thing. Then the souvenir industry explores around the sites and museums, especially in many developing countries. But also in our case, as you can see in Split, so how could you advocate the growth if you have such thousands and thousands of people coming in and wanting to see a monument, the Diocletian Palace, the Venice Doge Palace, or any other famous site? So I think I'm in time and would like to thank you for your attention, and hope that we will have more discussion afterwards.
감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your great presentation. It was on visionary leadership and management of expectations in museums, and you were very proficiently touched upon the importance of leadership and the actual examples that are adopted by different museums. It was a great and excellent presentation. And now I would like to maybe gather the panel discussions all at once in the afternoon instead of giving the opportunity for panel discussion for each presentation. Let me now move on to the second presentation. This one will be delivered by my Design Estate and Public Program Team Leader, Philippa Simpson, and the title is Young VBA, Building with the Audience of the Future. Please give her a big round of applause.
Wonderful. Well, I'd like to echo everyone's thanks for inviting me here to speak today. I'm very excited actually to share this with you. I think it's very helpful actually that I follow Garanka talking about change, because what I'll be focusing on is a bit of a case study, I guess, which is on a building project that I worked on for the last 8 years for the V&A Museum, and I'm hoping it's one of the good examples. So let's see. But it's really thinking not only about the kind of change we need to make, but much more really about the process by which we make that change, the how as well as the what. So very quickly, I thought we might start by going back to look forward. So this is the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. This is where I work. This is our main site in West London, fairly well established, and it modestly calls itself the world's greatest museum of art, design and performance, with an extraordinary collection of over 2.5 million objects. But it wasn't always as successful as it appears today. When it was first built in the 1850s, actually there were huge objections by the neighbours who didn't like the buildings and wanted them moved. And I think what's really interesting about the response to that is not to tear the buildings down, but what they decided at that point was that they would pick them up and move them to the place that had the greatest need. And I think for me, this is a really early example of putting audiences first. So taking that expertise that we talked about earlier, but also the need and the demand. And here's an extraordinary picture of how they did that. So on the left-hand side, this is the building being dismantled, or the original buildings being dismantled and moved across London to the East End. You see the building here on the right, which at that time and remains the poorest borough in the country. It has the highest levels of child deprivation in the UK. It was the case then, and it's the case now, extraordinarily. But the aim of moving the museum there was to bring culture to that community and to serve as an educational institution, really, for what were called the working classes of East London. So it had a really visionary purpose and very admirable. When I inherited it, though, a few years ago, this is what it looked like inside. So this was a very uninspiring interior. What had happened is, over the course of those 100 years, with some amazing directors at the helm, what they'd realized is actually the people who were visiting most were families. And so they started building up a collection of childhood objects and toys that would serve for the children who were coming to the museum with their parents. What had happened, though, is that it had become something of a mausoleum for toys, I would say, and somewhere that parents and grandparents would take children and just become nostalgic about their own experiences, about their own histories. None of this was really driving towards the future or really providing what those children needed from a museum. It was dark inside, it was gloomy, it wasn't a very joyful place to be, I would say. What we wanted to do was to rethink what a museum could be, putting the collection at the heart. This is just a snapshot of objects that we have in the V&A. We cover every part of the globe, every part of history from 5,000 years ago to today, all elements of art, design and performance, so an extraordinarily rich collection of objects. But what could we do with them? So I started working in partnership with our Director of Learning and national programs, and between us we created the vision, I suppose, the mission for the museum. And at that point it was relatively simple. We wanted to use this collection and use our site to build creative confidence in future generations and to build the audiences of the future, the people who are children now, but in future will become the adults who will bring their own children. And this is really responding to the need of our generation. The teaching of art and design in UK schools and across many, many countries actually in Europe is in vast decline. Fewer courses are offered and fewer people are taking those courses. What museums could do, museums like us could do, is to bring those subjects to people who would otherwise have no chance of encountering them. So we were super excited about this idea, but we had absolutely no idea how to do it at all. You know, it was a huge challenge, and it would require enormous change in terms of thinking about what a museum even is, let alone how you operate it. And that stakeholder management piece, incredibly, incredibly important. And so we did what I think any self-respecting museum would do under the circumstances. We turned to the experts. And we consulted everyone that we wanted to use the museum. So children of all ages, not quite from 0 to 14, but from 5 to 14, so those who could really articulate what they needed. But of course, their families, their carers, their parents, their teachers, and also local adults, local families who had never visited the museum before. And we listened to what they had to tell us. And when we took them our vision, this idea of building creative confidence, what came back from one of the children became our absolute mantra, which was to build the world's most joyful museum. And there's something in the word joy that became absolutely critical to us throughout, this idea of optimism. And this is what we infused throughout the whole project. And I'll show you how we went about that. But what was important to us is that every single person who worked on it with us, whether it was the builders or whether it was the architects or anybody else, all had this idea at their heart. They knew what they were working on, which is the world's most joyful museum. So this was great, and we had many, many voices involved. And what we started with was just thinking very loosely, thinking very big, because for children, it's very difficult to start with the specifics and to look at objects. What we wanted is to get them moving about the space, understanding it, and really thinking about how they felt. Because if we don't get it feeling right, and we don't get people feeling comfortable in what is, in effect, a rather austere Victorian building infused with history, then actually they'll never come and they'll never stay. And for many people, museums are very intimidating. We needed to break that down, and we needed to make people understand this was their museum, their collection, and they had absolutely every right. In fact, they absolutely should be in those spaces. And so this is just a quick image of one of the first exercises we did. We went out on the streets of our local borough with the children, and they collected objects that they loved, that they responded to, that made them happy. They brought them in, and from that, a very simple thing, we created a colour palette for the museum. So it would feel both locally embedded, but also it had this spirit of excitement and of love and of joy. And there's something about that sort of slightly intangible essence of what you bring into a museum that I think really made quite a profound change. And at this stage, we also talked to them about how they wanted to, you know, what they needed from a space in general. And actually, we recognised two main needs. One was to be able to find your way around. The second was to be able to find the toilets. Absolutely critical. And this idea of comfort, again, kind of came up really, really powerfully. We also worked with many special educational need groups to determine their needs. So in the Final Museum, what we have is a quiet space for people who are neurodiverse to go to. And we also made sure that while the colours were bright and exciting, they weren't too overwhelming. We needed spaces where children could feel, you know, they weren't overstimulated, those who struggle with that sort of thing. So the next stage was to bring in the architects. And they were brilliant because they worked directly with the children in thinking how you move around the space. These are just some of the sketches that the children did. We gave them not a completely blank sheet because children find that very hard to respond to, but just a kind of sketched outline of the building and just got them to draw freely. And this was great, and they came up with all sorts of ideas, from a pet tiger to a rocket in the space to, you know, hot air balloons. And we helped them then to distill that down. And one of the key elements that we found is what they wanted is a really exciting spiral staircase to help them get up and around that felt like they were playing when they were moving around the building. And you see an early drawing of it here. They're very safety conscious. There's a kind of fire escape in one part of this stair. So they're really thinking quite pragmatically from an early stage. But we then worked with them and starting to pull in our collection to their way of thinking. We introduced them to our collection of optical toys, of kaleidoscopes, and they loved this idea. They loved this idea of perhaps building a stair that could also be a kaleidoscope where you could see yourself reflected and see the building reflected in different ways. So we started model making with them, and then we moved on to more sophisticated model making, and actually some of these are by the architects, some are by the children. You could barely tell which was by whom. It was amazing. And then finally rendering in 3 dimensions what that staircase would look like with mirrors at the center. and it now exists on site. What was great about this is we brought to the children the process of what we wanted them to experience in the museum, this understanding of what design means and how design can change the world around you. And we really lived it through with them and introduced them to new ideas of creative thought and creative making right from the very beginning. And one of the biggest changes, I think, that we made coming out of our discussions with them was this introduction of natural light. So you remember the image on the left, that's what the galleries looked like. This is what they looked like just before we opened a couple of months ago. And this flooding of the central space with natural light, I think, was probably the most transformative thing imaginable. It not only lifted the spirits of the place and also made these incredibly important connections from the inside to the outside and reminding ourselves of the natural world around us. We sit on the edge of a park. But it also created a central hall that has become an absolute community hub. We conceived of it actually during this period as our new town square, and it's where people can gather. And so there's something here, I think, that's so important about what it is to be in a museum, not just to encounter objects, but to encounter others, and what museums do in terms of social cohesion and pulling people from different communities together in a shared experience. And that's right at the heart of what our museum is about. And I just want to touch on something that's come up in a couple of the other papers as well, which is around sustainability. We also worked incredibly hard to make sure that this is a passively controlled environment as much as possible. And that was a very long journey, I would say, with our conservators to make sure, A, they were happy with a certain degree of natural light hitting our collections, and that took a huge amount of discussion and debate about exactly what levels we modelled every minute of every day and every season in terms of where the light would be to inform that decision-making. But also in terms of the parameters for temperature and humidity to allow those to broaden so that we could operate the building more sustainably. And that's an ongoing discussion and very, very live now across the world, I know, but particularly in our area. So this is the central hall as it looks now, which we're incredibly pleased with. But at this stage, we really needed to start thinking beyond just the overall experience of the museum and start thinking in more detail about the collections. So what we did is we laid out three kind of overarching themes, I suppose, for our three permanent galleries within the space. We also have a temporary exhibition space, which I won't talk about today, but it's also been very interesting, and I look forward to thinking about that more tomorrow during that part of the conference. But what we did was conceive of the spaces as three different areas of creative process. So you have play, you have imagine, and you have design. So we all know that our first learning experiences are through play. That's how we experiment. That's how we discover the world around us and understand it. Then you start imagining what could be, what might be different, how you might want the world to be. And then you have design, which is about, okay, so how do you go about making that change? What are the processes that you go through? How do you put pen to paper? And we gave these three different sections to our gallery architects to come in and work with us on those. And they picked them up. And what they started to do immediately was to, of course, work with children and work with others to think about what they might mean. But what we did to allow this, I think, was pretty unprecedented for us anyway, and we were really excited by it, which is we built, while the museum was still open, an open studio in one of the galleries. We gave the whole floor over to this. We took out all the collections and built an open studio, and it was a place where we could have our design meetings, our cost meetings, our project management. Everything happened here. Fully transparent, with a window built in the side, and the children would come up and watch what was happening absolutely in immediate time. And it was also a space for prototyping. So you can see behind me, this was the studio that we worked in. All of this text actually was made in font that the children themselves had designed by tearing up bits of paper, so we used that so they felt a connection. This was our materials library. This taught us about how we could be more sustainable in terms of the materials we chose. We've wound up using all sorts of reused showcases, recycled plastics, reused timber. We even took the rubble from the building and made a terrazzo from it to use in our surfaces. So we've tried to be as sustainable and recyclable as possible. So this is where we did a huge amount of our work. And this is where we would invite children in to work in a hands-on way with us on the model. So this is one of our architects with some local school children, moving things around, understanding where we could put things, how the galleries might work, how we could create environments where the collections could be embedded in a way that they would be made dynamic, animated, where they would actually be able to foster real engagement and real change and mean something, be relevant to these children. And what became really apparent was actually there was no precedent for this, not in the art, design and performance science world, we've had some brilliant children's museums for science and some brilliant ones for natural history. But in our world of creative production, very few examples exist for children where you've got both objects and activities happening absolutely hand in hand simultaneously in the spaces. And this is an image of our team in that studio working on the model. And as I said, this includes everybody from project managers to cost consultants to curators, conservators, lighting designers, because what we wanted was for everybody to understand the site they were dealing with and the very particular nature and essence of it and what it was we were trying to create there. And I do think that actually everyone sharing that idea was fundamental to the success of this project. I can't state that too powerfully, I think. So in the next door space, having worked on models and materials, this is where things were really brought to life. And this is where we tried out every kind of display imaginable. And we gave people all sorts of materials to play with, to experiment with, and to try out different ideas. And this was great, actually, because it really kind of started to foster conversation between people. So they could spark from each other. And we could test things out in real time. And believe me, so much stuff didn't work. We had to discard loads, but you've got to give it the time, really, to work that through, to really kind of be able to think as freely as you can about what might be possible, because you will always stumble across surprises, come across ideas that you would never have thought of, and you must leave yourself open to that. So this kind of hands-on kind of experimentation led us to thinking about, okay, so what are the ways in which we can engage visitors of very, very different ages? We defined childhood from 0 to 14. That was the bracket that we were working with. So really from the very, very first newborn all the way through to some really grumpy teenagers who, when we asked them what they wanted, just said, "I'm in a dark corner somewhere I can play my games." Brilliant, but actually we need to do something a little more meaningful than that to kind of really bring you in to our spaces. And actually what was interesting, and maybe one slightly contrary to what we thought about earlier, is actually a lot of the feedback we got, and this is not just from parents, this is from many of the children as well, some particularly the kind of younger ones, was somewhere actually without screens that was a bit different, that wasn't what they had at home, where they could do different things and see, engage with authentic material in a very kind of live sense. So that was also one of the challenges that we gave to the architects. So I'm going to show you an example of one of the spaces that came out of this in its finished form, but everything else I'll show you is work in progress pretty much. No, I won't. I'll show you this first, then I'll show you a finished form. So this is actually one of the sort of games that we played with some of our older children, the teenage years. We realised that actually comic book strips was a really good way of getting them to articulate how they wanted to experience the museum. So they plotted out what we've called here a joyful day in the life of the museum, the world's most joyful museum. And this is how they began to show us actually what they wanted that to be like and to feel like. And I'll come back to that a little later, because this ended up informing in a very direct way what we put inside the spaces. But this is one of the finished rooms. This is what we call a mini museum, and this is what we put together for the 0 to 3-year-olds. And in fact, it is very, very targeted. We even have a gate that goes across this gateway, which says it's only for that age group, because we wanted to create somewhere where those very young children could feel completely safe to kind of crawl around and shuffle around without worrying about bigger kids kind of getting in their way or being boisterous. And what we did, and again, this was a huge amount of work with our curators and our conservators, was take really significant objects from the collection and put them on the ground. So they're cased up, so they're relatively safe, but they are as low as they can be so that children can get very directly up close and personal with them. And what the architects came up with is this idea of embedding objects in a textured landscape, because for small children, seeing something through glass means nothing. But if they can feel what that object looks like, or indeed in some instances, if they can hear what it sounds like, or in some even smell what it smells like, so we have that all around this space, then they have a kind of an intuitive understanding of what it is they're looking at. So you see here this marble bust, which is in this marble shelf, this fuzzy vest, which is a Prada high fashion tank top, which is in this kind of fuzzy, next to this fuzzy tunnel. So you begin to build this idea of making connections between your world and what it is you're seeing in a museum. These 17th century Spanish mirrors in a mirrored dome case, which have become an absolute favorite. Children love looking at themselves. They all go there, first off. And in the very back, you see this kind of tall wooden structure. It's a sound cabinet, so you can peek through and see an object, open the door, and the sound of that object will come out. So all these kind of ways of making sure that from a very earlier stage, children are feeling comfortable to kind of act as they naturally would in a museum, to move around, but also to look and to think. So this is the next kind of process that we went through with our reading audience. So this is now thinking about children from 5 to 11 predominantly, is to get them to think about the collection as a means of inspiring their own storytelling. So we gave them a few prompts: how are you going to get there, what are you going to take, who are you going to meet, where will you go, and got them to go around the museum and pick objects that related to it. So first of all, they'd go and find somewhere which was a picture of a place they wanted to go, then they'd find a vehicle they wanted to drive there or ride there, and then a character they might want to encounter while they were on that adventure. And they just plotted it out on the floor with pictures from the collection. And this directly inspired one of our galleries, which is now kind of chocked full with all sorts of different objects from across all of our holdings. And it has a machine in the middle which gives you these prompts, and the children will record their stories inspired by the collection. This has been incredibly successful. The next one, this is how do you engage with objects behind glass? Well, you get them to talk to you. So we gave them, very simply, we just gave them speech bubbles to go and write on and stick on cases directly to tell us what they thought the objects were saying. Which is, you know, it's very straightforward, but actually it's much more effective than just having a rectangular post-it note. Something about the speech bubble is much more active. And what we found about this is children love to talk, and they love to listen. They also love to perform. And this inspired one of our key spaces, which is called the stage. This is an area which is actually surrounded in the round with objects from our theatre and performance collection: costumes, set designs, masks. But what we've done is just given children an open stage for them to perform on. So we have projections on the back wall for a set period, which just show recordings of different performances, and then it stops, and the lights go onto the stage. And what's amazing is these children are giving us the most incredible impromptu performances. They're really feeling allowed and permitted to express themselves in ways that they otherwise never would. It's amazing. Teenage boys are getting up and singing in a way that their parents are saying they would never do this at home. They'd be far too embarrassed. Actually, something about this kind of softly furnished interior that holds you in, you know, that makes you feel comfortable, where people can sit down low and give you an audience, or they can sit on the stairs and you can perform below them, has been really important. So they see our collections about the history of theatre, and then they understand they have a potential place in that history. And just one more example of how we help children to imagine themselves into the museum. This was an extraordinary piece of work, actually, that was done with one of our young consultants. She was incredibly inspired by this beautiful Japanese print of a woman in front of a dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. And she said, wouldn't it be wonderful if this could just exist and you could recreate it in the museum, and then you could draw yourself and you'd have your own portrait in the museum? And we thought, well, we could do that. In fact, we will do that. So we worked with the architects, and they came up. We tested it out in the open studio. We set it all up with furniture from eBay and just let people draw themselves and pin themselves on the wall. Then we gave it a more kind of solid formation in the final museum. Here are some children using it after we opened. They're drawing themselves, then they can pin themselves up amongst portraits from our collection, other self-portraits and portraits from the V&A. So it's really about valuing children's work and allowing them to know that what they're seeing in a museum is wonderful, but they too can do something wonderful for themselves, which is fabulous. So just the final part I wanted to touch on is in our design gallery. This is really aimed at slightly older children, sort of our teenage audience. And what they told us they were interested in, and in fact one kind of sketched out a little story of it here. They were interested in how objects are made, how designers work. And this became an area of some fascination for us, this idea that actually, you know, the process can be very opaque, very invisible to younger children. And what we want to do is encourage them to think about the possibility of creative careers for themselves. And what's really at the heart of that is teaching these children that, you know what, it's okay to fail. In designing, what we do is we try, it goes wrong, we go back, we try, we start again. And so what we did was work with a number of different designers and studios to lend us their process materials, the things that were brilliant and the things that went wrong, to help us tell the story of a few key contemporary pieces of design in very focused case studies. And this has been brilliant, actually, because there's so much in there which I think, you know, was not only invisible, actually, to teenagers, but many, many adults as well. And this has been a real way in for people thinking about design or what it means for them. And the message here really, again, is about how design or creative thinking can change the world around you, you know, how it can really have an impact, and how creative thought is actually going to be one of the key skills for the future in terms of how we work together, and also how we work together to improve our environment and our experience, and to overcome issues of inequality in our societies. So you can see here in the gallery how we laid that out. Here's a case study here. We used some material from the collection which had inspired the designers to act as a kind of a historical anchor, if you like, and hook. And then at the end of the gallery, we have a fully open studio. We have tables where there are design challenges to give people prompts, and then we just have huge rolls of open paper, and people are working together on these challenges to come up with their own ideas. It's wonderful. So every activity in this museum is really about working together collaboratively as much as possible. We don't have individual activities. This is about bringing people together, as I said at the start, and again, lots of natural light flooding the space. So I'm going to end with, I think, my very favourite example from the museum, and one that really, I think, spoke to a lot of us very powerfully about what it is we were doing and what it was that we were about. And it's the story of the hero arm. The girl you see on the left here is Tilly Lockie, incredibly inspirational, double amputee, so she's lost both her arms at a very young age. And she was determined not to feel disabled by this. She wanted to, in her words, celebrate her limb difference and to see it as a mode of a superpower. There's something that made her unique and special. And so she contacted an incredible agency called Open Bionics, who are an organization who obviously they design bionic limbs, prosthetic limbs. She didn't want something that just looked like a fake hand. She wanted something that really kind of gave an idea of her character and her personality. And they helped to develop what she called the hero arm, which is fully manipulable, absolutely incredible. And, you know, it's an incredibly sophisticated piece of design. And it's fully customizable. So any child that has one can come along, make their own design, and it can be produced for them. So this is really transformational for those children who've grown up feeling perhaps self-conscious or uncomfortable about their limb difference. And Tilly worked with us very, very closely about how to tell this story. And this is where I said, you know, this is the idea of the comic book, which resonated really, really well with that age group. We used directly as a form of interpretation in the end, because it seemed the most accessible way to explain to people the process of how these things were designed. So this is our piece of interpretation around it, and you can see here in the case, this is the story of that design from the very earliest prototypes all the way through the kind of testing, all the way through to the final product. And actually what we have in the museum, brilliantly, they've lent us an arm that people can use on site, which really helps them to understand how it works. So I'm pretty much there, just going to flash up. I hadn't forgotten that I said right at the beginning the most important thing was to find the toilets. So this is how we've solved that particular problem. What we wanted is moments of joy at every single stage of your visit. So even a flashing neon sign to the toilets. Everyone comes into the building. This is in the entrance. It's a smile on everyone's face immediately, and they know how to make themselves comfortable before they start. And finally, a picture of the museum in action, week after we opened. Absolutely crammed with people, and it stayed that way all the way through the summer holidays. So we're very, very pleased people are finding the joy in it that we found in making it. Thanks so much for having me here today.
감사합니다. 저도 몇 년 전에 그 V&A 어린이
Thank you. I visited the Young V&A Museum myself several years ago, so I was very curious about how it would have transformed. In the past, the V&A Museum was about children, but the new museum is for children, and this was also enabled by local communities, and it was done by children and done for children, so it was a very impressive journey. It was a very meaningful and joyful presentation. I would like to thank her once again. So we heard from 3 presenters. Thank you for keeping the time. So we are given ample lunch time. Thank you so much once again. So we are going to have lunch until 2. Please make sure to hand over the receiver or interpretation device as you leave, and I hope you enjoy your lunch, and let's come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
자, 그러면
Now, let us begin the afternoon session for the 2023 International Academic Conference. Hello, everyone. I am Woo Seung-ha. I will be the MC for the afternoon session. I am curator and researcher at National Folk Museum of Korea.
자, 오전에 저희 일부에서는
In the morning, in our first session, we focused on the international trend of museums, and also we explored the future direction and the outlooks for the museums. And in the second session, we are going to turn inwards. We are going to look at the developments of local museums and the possible future directions.
먼저 2부 첫 발표는
For the first speaker, we are going to listen about the trends and future of museums in Korea, focusing on cultural action for foreigners. This will be presented by Kuk Sung-ha, Director of National Museum of Korean Contemporary History. Please come to the stage.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Woo Seung-ha from National Museum of Korean Contemporary History. So the title of my presentation is Trends and Future of Museums in Korea. And this may seem quite grand, but I will focus primarily on foreigner education. And please understand that my voice is not really stable. I feel that I am a bit unwell. Please understand. So the National Folk Museum of Korea conducts lots of educational programs, in particular on foreigners. And the photo here is the class on Korean traditional music. This is the representative program for foreigners. And Mr. Lee Ki-yeon, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. And this program is good because, well, this program started from 2000s. And there are foreigners and the general students. And the students learn about the traditional music, 장구, for about 10 weeks. And afterwards, in the very end of the program, they get to have these performance opportunities right in this hall. And in 2014, one of the participants interviewed that learning about the traditional Korean music was very enjoyable, and I was able to harmonize with many different students around the world, and it was a very memorable experience. And so this was a great way of learning about the Korean traditional music, and it teaches students about Korean traditional musical instruments. And this program provides a lot of insights to us, so I like to focus on this aspect. So this is the overview of my presentation. I will be going over why the cultural actions for foreigners have changed. I will be giving you several reasons. And next, I will talk about how the cultural action for foreigners started. Such programs was conducted in National Folk Museum of Korea, National Museum of Korea, and Seoul History Museum, and I'll walk you through them. And lastly, I will go over the current status of such cultural actions. First of all, for the background, I will talk about the education within the museum. The education and cultural aspects are all included in educational programs. That is, exhibition and participation, and the changes that result from it are all part of the cultural programs. And I focused on cultural action because, well, cultural action in Korean may seem like it includes cultural experiences, but if you look at the English word cultural action, you may notice that it is not cultural activities but cultural action. That was brought up by Seka of ICOM, and I believe this gives us some insights. In 1948, the ICOM created the Committees for Children, Museum, and Education. And in 1953, it created the Committee for the Children and Adult Education. And then in 1963, they created CECA. And for the cultural actions, the term cultural actions were used instead of cultural activities. I understand that actions and activities are different, even though I'm not good in English. And they used the term cultural actions because they wanted to explain how the cultural actions can create some proactive changes and participations among the players. And I believe cultural actions were used because it leads to not only individual changes but also social changes as well. So these are some of the cultural actions for foreigners. It can be composed of voluntary participation. Because of this, it can lead to some natural changes to emotions and knowledges. And in 1994, the National Folk Museum of Korea introduced a folklore festival for foreigners in Korea, and also the National Museum of Korea have been conducting these programs consistently. However, such actions have changed recently because of many different reasons. After 2000, the number of foreigners increased from 1 million to about 2.5 million as of now. And with more foreigners, nationally education for foreigners increased. And we are seeing a variety of culture coexisting in Korea. And that explains why we are seeing more cultural actions for foreigners. What's interesting is that by the mid-2000s, cultural diversity policies and multicultural policies were introduced. And after that, well, of course, experience-based foreigner education continued, but multicultural activities became focused primarily on Koreans and multicultural families. So these two programs are operated in a different manner. And that's because there's different definitions or interpretations about foreigners, and there could be some disagreements regarding who constitutes multicultural families. But what I'm trying to say here is that even though these programs are separated, and we are now seeing the participation of Koreans in the multicultural program. Basically, in these multicultural programs, we don't only see the multicultural family engagement and foreigners, we also see a lot of Koreans participating as well. About 4% of the general population is foreigners right now, and that's why the museums in Korea decided to focus on foreigners and the Koreans, the local Koreans as well. So I looked at why the cultural actions changed. First, there was a change to legal framework. In 2001, UNESCO adopted the Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity. So it explained that diversity injects identity and uniqueness to the groups and society of the humanity, and it also decided to add dynamism to the civil society so that more citizens can actively participate. In 2005, the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expression was introduced, and in 2007, Korea participated in the convention, and in 2014, the act was established on this background. So these legal frameworks show that society as a whole is recognizing cultural diversity at an institutional level. And in 2010, ICOM introduced the Cultural Diversity Convention or Charter. and it decided to recognize diversity and participatory democracy, allowing for the participation of all the community members. And it was also about establishing peace and community and driving innovativeness and passion. And it also recognizes productive diversity and recognizing the cultural diversity and biological diversity and reconciliating between the two. There was also part about digital residence, about how to reconciliate the differences in the access to digitization. And these days, we are also aiming for SDG, and we aim to create a peaceful and harmonizing society under these objectives. And this can be quite confusing, but the cultural diversity and its concept have changed. And this can impact the definition of museums. And in the past, multiculturalism was about coexisting with different ethnicities and different groups, and it was about creating a mosaic within a society where different cultures can coexist. And this was the concept developed in the Western world. But now, the multiculturalism is changing into cultural diversity. It is about running the different cultures jointly. It is about having the different players of society play a more active role. And in Europe, the interculturalism began to come about. It is about valuing the cultural diversity and pluralism and focusing on social integrity and addressing social inequalities, and promoting interculturalism. It is also about protecting the underprivileged and helping the coexistence of variety of cultures. And this shows that the interculturalism education by the museums enables different cultures to stop being anxious about each other, recognizing a unique value of different cultures, and allowing for integrative education. So we are seeing a change toward an interculturalism in society. And this is impacting the definition of museum. In 2022, in ICOM Pro Congress, the definition of museum changed. In the past, museum was simply about focusing on collections and arts and protecting and managing and researching it and opening it up to the public. So it was about focusing more on the collections and artifacts. But with the new definition, we were able to see changes. And this is the ultimate definition. It shows that museum is a non-profit permanent institution, and it provides research, collection, preservation, interpretation, and with the intangible and tangible exhibitions, it serves society. It is open to the public, it's accessible, inclusive, and it reinforces diversity and sustainability, and it allows for the participation of the community, and it is operated in an ethical and professional manner and based on communications. And inclusivity, diversity, sustainability, community engagement, and providing diverse experience would be, I guess, key points or keywords of this definition. And thirdly, the foreigners are residing in a different pattern or formats. And this is statistics from 2019. And from the early 2000s, we already saw the population go over 1 million. And in 2019, we have about 2.5 million foreigners. And considering that Koreans take up about 50 million in total population, the foreigners take up 4.87%. And from 2019 and 2020, you can see that there hasn't been great changes. Well, COVID-19 has led to some declines, but we are seeing that foreigners still make up about 2 million of the Korean population. And for short term, I mean the people who are living for about 3 months. So they are more like the travelers or the students or the laborers. And there are about 550,000 short-term residents. And as for the foreign students, about 200,000 of them, there are about 200,000 foreign students. That is the average. And there are about 50,000 professionals. And there are about 500,000 functional workers, and by functional workers, I mean foreign laborers. And for further breakdown, so legally speaking, the foreign brides and those with green cards are classified as foreigners. That would not be the permanent definition for foreigners, but still legally speaking, that's the case. For foreign brides, a lot of people come to Korea from Vietnam or from different countries, and it takes about 2 years for them to get green card. Until then, they need to renew their marriage visa. So, when we conduct education for multicultural families, you can see that some people are naturalized and some people have green cards, but some people do not have any of them because they are recognized as foreigners legally. And we are conducting educational programs for them. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in particular, launched the social integration programs involving about 339 programs targeting 40,000 people. The programs involve the ones about improving social integrity and so forth. And these programs also teaches the participants Korean language. And we invite the experts and the lecturers of those programs to come to our museum to give lecture and training. And we believe the professional training in this regard have to continue. And there are other programs like early adoption programs and guidance about international marriage. But, as I said, those who want to get nationality, Korean nationality, they need to pass a test on Korean language or Korean culture. And they need to get over 60 scores out of 100. So they study really hard so that they can get the qualification. But some people decide not to get a citizenship even after they get married. They just get the green card and they have dual citizenship. And most notable example would be those who come from China. At least that's what I've heard. So, multicultural families comes in different shapes and forms. Some have green cards, but some are still foreigners. They do not have qualifications to stay here as citizens. And when they want to get green card and when they want to get citizenship, they learn very passionately about Korean culture. Now, next to my second main point, this is the starting point of the cultural action. I'd like to go over some trends of the National Folk Museum of Korea and the experience programs involving porcelain and dyeing for foreigners started in 2001. And in 2008, you can see a lot of programs introduced, and afterwards the programs decreased in numbers. I couldn't find out why, but that was the pattern. And these are some of the major programs. In 2005, they launched these experiential program targeting foreign laborers. Foreign laborers take up the most part of the foreigners in Korea, so museum programs and museum educational programs need to target foreign laborers in large numbers. And in 2008, a program called Different Countries in Museum was introduced. And this museum, along with many other museums, have opened up the Asian Hall. The National Folk Museum of Korea also opened up different halls for different continents. And if we are to conduct these kind of programs, these kind of spaces or these kinds of halls are necessary. And that's why the National Folk Museum and different museums have opened up these different halls to conduct these programs.
활동은 2008년에
In the case of multicultural activities, there was comparison experience for two countries so that the children can understand mother's country and their dad's country. And there were also a number of educational materials so that foreigners can access their own language materials. And also there were hearings and roundtables with international schools. And we also have been operating multiple foreign staff or faculty member oriented programs being run. So here are some images. There is Korea in the museum in 2008. And there's also a museum wonder cart of 2021, which is quite popular these days. And now I would like to give you some examples of the National Folk Museum of Korea. I believe we first started this activities back in 1994, and then in 2005 there was traditional cultural experience programs for foreigners who live in Korea. In 2008 there was multicultural family-oriented traditional programs, and in 2013 there was also traditional play and performance classes. In 2017, training and experience for foreigners to understand our holidays and rituals. What's meaningful is that there is no increased quantity of programs targeting foreigners. And I can see that language program students and foreign faculty have been showing interest as well. You can see that 210 times in 2013, 209 in 2014, and 100 in 2014. So many number of trainings and experiences were given to those foreigners who reside in Korea. And we also specifically targeted an aim to make sure that these programs are going to serve as a facilitating element so that they can understand Korean cultures better. And we also carried out programs for multicultural families. In 2008, for example, training programs for the families and a festival for them. In 2010, there were also 32 activities and 155 rentals for multicultural packages. And in 2012, we developed a Korean package, and I think this is a good sign of changing from multicultural experience to cultural diversity. And here are some images from the programs. In 2006, there was traditional cultural program for foreigners, trainings for foreigners in 2014, and there's also a festival for multicultural families. I was going to actually connect to online and to show some of the video materials, but the connection doesn't work, so I would like to briefly show you some images. And then below here is how students and children participate in the program. Next is the Seoul History Museum. It started in 2004, and the first program launched was Foreigners History and Culture class, and that featured drawing some traditional Korean painting and traditional culture and English classes in 2008. And there was also a Visit Museum Enjoy Seoul, which is a training for multicultural families back in 2014. In 2017, there were English classes related to Seoul's history. We would connect Seoul and other capitals of the world. And you can see what kind of meaningful activities were given. The number of participants grew from 2006 at 233 to 1,054 later, and we focused on traditional art, the city and castle and palaces to enjoy history and arts of Seoul. And also in 2008, we first offered English classes on Korean traditional culture. We stopped for a little bit and then we resumed the programs in 2017 called Semuyol Lecture. And then we changed the minority targeted programs into multicultural families so that we can provide better welfare opportunities for the culturally marginalized. And multicultural family education was separate from the foreigner education. And next, I would like to talk about the recent trends of cultural activities lately. According to the recommendation for cultural diversity, because cultural diversity has now gained a lot of focus, you can see that education is not limited to physical space such as schools or classrooms. It is a true learning opportunity that involves larger space and environment. And migrants' social adaptation and mainstream societal understanding and mutual communication are quite important for multicultural education. And I believe that this intangible learning is becoming more important. So when we say intangible education's importance, when we carry out programs in education for multicultural families, it's not just about them, it's also with other people and other types of members of the society who can come. Even there's no particular formality of education, when they gather together, they'll intuitively understand what Korean society should mean for them. And it also impacted foreigners' cultural activities as well, I believe. Even though the programs might not be exactly fitting or tailored towards that direction, I think key principles that they have been operating is inclusion and coexistence, cultural democracy, as well as multiple participants who have equal rights for learning and education. And because of the location of today's symposium is the National Folk Museum of Korea, I gave you more thorough examples of this museum. You can see some of the ingredients or materials. We usually do not separate Koreans versus foreigners, and even though it's Korean culture or other cultures, it could also be called just culture. That's why we can look at objects such as what we use for eating or living or wearing. There are small living objects, books, maps, and alphabets. You can utilize multiple elements and objects to understand and learn about a specific culture, and it's all well-rounded and covered by the cultural education. Next is related to utilizing remains literacy. Remains is a symbolic object which has meanings and application, and it has historic values. It is useful when it comes to understanding and reading cultural codes, and it also has a value as a physical object, and it also helps us increasing capabilities for interpretation that is self-led and self-governed, and you can also increase historical imagination, and it is helpful to enhance understanding capabilities of different cultures. So even though there has been remain literacy for a long time, but we can see that remain literacy is impacting foreign education and foreign cultural activities as well. It is an experience, but it's quite useful because it's physical, it's visual, and it's also verbal, and Koreans and foreigners are coming into one place alike to experience these remains. So you can see scavenger on Saturday, meaning animals, and animal-related objects and remains are showcased. There's also visuals and verbal elements, and you can also touch it because it's a physical object. And we're trying to utilize these three aspects in terms of foreigners' education as well. And the museum Wonder Cart is self-guided treasure hunt or activity cards. Different programs are utilized to reflect remains literacy for foreigners. Next is the third bullet point, which is to secure cultural diversity in exhibition settings. Now let's look at the content of multicultural education. The strong superpowers, who were the main protagonists of the 20th century, collected multiple objects and collections from different cultures. And just by displaying those cultural collections, we can serve some sort of a multicultural education. So even within the cultural area or zone, you can classify sub-regional and class-based remains and collections for display, and not just one single culture, but foreign cultures are displayed in the same space these days. So if you look at how we can then secure cultural diversity in exhibitions, these are some data that I pulled from the website. In the case of the National Museum of Korea, there's Roma, Transfer, and Etruria. And there's also Yermatasi Museum exhibition. You can see, in order to secure cultural diversity, we pull in different cultures and histories and relevant exhibitions so that we can showcase all these different cultural backgrounds and turn them into a show and display. And I believe that in 2009, when we were showing all the dolls and stuffed animals for small countries, this was also an aim and effort to increase cultural diversity, Asian bread and rice history as well. And for Seoul Museum of History, you can see that Prague and the fortress in the heart of Europe was one of the examples. Last but not least, let me jump to my conclusion. If you look at elements that are causing changes to cultural activities, you can see that law and regulations and definitions of museum activities are causing such changes. Not just foreigners in Korea, but Korean citizens and domestic people. You can see that our direction for their curation is changing and being impacted as well. And also to look at another change, multicultural education became separated from foreigners' education, and cultural diversity activities, remains literacy, and foreign culture are impacting foreigners' cultural activities. And I believe these are voluntary move, and we're still in the middle of changes. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
네, 발표 시간.
Thank you very much for your respect for the time. Related to the activities for foreigners, culture, inclusion, diversity, and engagement were the three keywords, and you showed us very well how all these different major museums in Korea are engaging and unfolding their activities and programs. Thank you for this meaningful presentation and meaningful analysis with a number of examples and case studies. Now we would like to go to the last presentation of day one, which is the second presentation for the afternoon session. This time we're going to look at the presentation titled Case Study on the Touristic Impact of Folk Museum, focusing on the evolution and extensibility of the term folklore. And Chair Research Fellow Ryu Jong-ah is going to be the presenter.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Ryu Jong-ah from Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. I make presentations at National Folk Museum of Korea several times, but as I said, I research Korea culture and tourism. And and I will talk about how the folklore resources are more than just the traditional values and how they can become a tourist resource. And only when this transition happens, the folklore and the folklore resources will take on more meanings. So let us deliberate on how we can make this possible. We actually did some research on that. And I have prepared lots of visuals to add joy to my presentation. But this is actually a serious matter because it is about the folklore resources and how they're utilized in Korea and the problems and limitations that we face. So now I am here at the National Folk Museum of Korea discussing this, so I feel quite overwhelmed in a manner, but I have been spending my entire lifetime thinking about the relationship between the folklore and the tourism sector. And these two different sectors have been classified up until now. But we need to think about ways to add synergies by creating relations between them. I personally focus on anthropology and folklore in conducting my research, and I have been trying to focus on those relationship and synergy. And of course, I wasn't able to cover everything in my research, but that's what I wanted to focus on. And as I said in the thesis, and as I said in the topic, as you may know, I set up a plan to relocate the National Folk Museum of Korea to Sejong City by the commission of the Ministry of Sports and Culture and Tourism. However, the Ministry of Finance said they won't be giving the budget. Well, with the change in administration, this task was chosen as a national task. So you will have to prepare relocation to Sejong City, and that's of course nothing that anyone here wants. And I explained, or I will explain more about the case studies of how different museums utilize folklore resources to add on new meaning. And the folklore and its definition are changing. They are expanding, which means that they are taking on new values. And this means that researchers would have to take on new perspectives. And when there is new perspective, the folklore will take on new and expanded definition. And based on that new perspective, we would have to cover different frameworks, cover a wide variety of frameworks to make this possible. I'm not sure whether I can make this possible before my career ends, but that's what I'm aiming for. Well, as for the definition of folklore, I'm sure that you are all aware of this, and we won't be able to classify this into these different sections arbitrarily, but please understand that I'm doing this for the sake of presentation. So this is the definition of folklore in the past, and the one on the right shows the definition on the right. So folklore explains the folklore in the left shows the remnants of the past. Folklores are often recognized as something that does not have practical values. It is thought of as a subculture that's transmitted among the common culture. However, the folklore resources are not just something that exists in the past. They are taking on new meanings and various cultural content. And that, well, of course, that's not to say that that in itself shows the expansion of folklore, but we can still see how folklore is practical and how it's serving as a medium of communication and how it fosters communication among the people. So, folklore is not just a remnant of the past right now. It is rather thought of as a dynamic performance, a process. So that's why we have to focus on the process right now, and we are thus redefining folklore. So we don't just look at the text, we look at the context of the folklore. And when we look at folklore from this perspective, we can deal with and cover a variety of meanings. And we will now look at how these are all expanding in the context of National Folk Museum of Korea. And I'll also give you some case studies of other countries. I will explain to you about how the different museums overseas are utilizing their folklore resources. And folklores have been primarily focused on this part here in the center, but now as you can see over here, the definition and the scope in terms of space and temporality have expanded. And this is something that we cannot disregard, and this is a direction that we need to go toward. We should move beyond the temporal and spatial scope. We need to move beyond the glass barriers of the museum. We need to go beyond fossilizing the collections and the artifacts, and we need to expand definitions. So the folklore is now taking on new meanings. It is a tradition that is being communicated, and it needs to create new values in local communities. And we are now seeing a decline in local communities and decline in population in these areas. And decline in local community means that the value of these communities go down. And this is something that we need to avoid because we have put in a lot of resources, but we weren't able to upend this trend. And this means that local values and local resources would have to add some meaningful value to these local communities. And this requires our new take on the folklore resources of these local communities. So we need to utilize it as creative content, and as society changes and as we're seeing more integration, the fossilized resources need to be given new definition and new values. And policy-wise, we are seeing Korean content promotion agencies extracting the core value from the content by putting in about hundreds of billions of won. However, the project was not successful because this project focused primarily on the folklore item, and it was very non-substantial. And there was no consideration of the contextual circumstances. And the initiative was only about turning the folklore resources into a digitized version. And this did not take any context into account. So even though the project put in hundreds of billions of won, it went down, and the only remaining results is a picture book out of it. So we need to move toward a communicating tradition. We need to move away from one-off communication into a more day-to-day life communication, and we need to also create new values from it. And there are numerous ways about how cultural and folklore resources are utilized. And we shouldn't just think of it as being fun and enjoyable, and it shouldn't just foster our memories. We need to move beyond that. The general public has to also understand the values. If the general public really thinks of it, we should see more visitors coming to our museum, but that's not the case. And I hope that we can really help more people come into the National Folk Museum of Korea by fostering interest among the general public. I'm sure that you have all watched Coco animation. This animation deals with the Day of the Dead of Mexico, and this animation is well known and is now even chosen as a UNESCO intangible asset. And we're seeing this festival growing in size as a result. What is more, we are also seeing a lot of festivals focused on the Korean literature, and we're seeing a big event in museums and multicultural forums. And these are just lists that came to my mind. And of course, these contents can be used for a variety of forms and shapes. We can create a more comprehensive and integrated value out of it. And of course, this was shocking. The success of the Squid Game was shocking, but the success was possible because this movie took a completely new take on the traditional Korean games. This movie completely focused on the traditional Korean games involving dakjichigi or Squid Game or marbles, and these were the games that I used to play when I was young. So we played hard with all the neighborhood children when I was young. And these marble games is very static, but you have to play it in winter until your hand freezes. And this dakjichigi, this is very dynamic, but what's interesting is that you play this in summer. So you sweat a lot. But anyways, watching Squid Game had me walk down the memory lane like that. So basically, tradition and folklore is taking on new meanings, and that's why research has to change as well. We should move beyond the static process. We need to move beyond only focusing on texts. We need to look at the contexts because the same cultural resources will take on different meaning in contemporary day and age. Also, the marbles of 500 years ago will be completely different compared to the marbles that appear in Squid Game of this day and age. And also the marbles that I played when I was young will also have different meanings. So the context is completely different. And that's why we need to pay more keen interest in this context. So we need to move beyond the item-based heritage or item-based folklore, and we need to stop just focusing on preservation and the management of the cultural artifacts. We need to think about what kind of impact and meaning it would have on our future museums. We need to constantly think about it and deliberate on it. So now we are seeing new concepts and new definitions and new perspectives, and then that obviously leads to more expanded definition of folklore. So this is the term that I created as I conducted my research. We need to move beyond item folklore and go toward communication folk life. And we need to also focus on internationality, creativity, and openness. And also we need to focus on global and networking and integration. And Squid Game, as you may know, made all of this possible. And I'm sure that you can create an entire academic paper based on Squid Game. Squid Game is not just a popular movie. It is an evidence of how the folklore resources can be recreated. Well, that's at least what I think, and maybe I should actually conduct research on this arena. Then, well, around the world, there are lots of museums that focus on folklore, so let's actually see the case studies. So this is the graph that I draw, and the one on the top involves how the museums span different spaces and different times, and the x-axis refers to the volume of collection. But as you can see, National Folk Museum of Korea has a very small collection, but it's not too regional. It covers a wide range of regions, relatively speaking. As for the National Historical Museum of Japan, it's in the center. And also, from the regional perspective, you can see there are national museums and national folk museums that focuses on the regional aspects. So this museum examples, for example, the ecological museums can be a part of that. The Eco Museum And Sweden's Skansen Outdoor Folklore Museum is another example of museum taking on regional perspective. They also have a lot of collections. Also, Gebranke Museum of France, Paris, and Canada Civilization Museum is another example of how they have a lot of collections, but they're operated in a national level. As for Netherlands Museum and Osaka's Museum and France's Europe and Mediterranean Civilization Museum, well, they go beyond a simple nation, and their collection is not large compared to Canadian Museum, but the span and the perspective of those collections are more comprehensive compared to Canadian Museum. And we at the National Folk Museum of Korea deal with history, archaeology, and collections, and we strictly classify as different sectors. And you may think that this separation leads to a more clear understanding of the collections, but this can be problematic, especially for those who work with folklores, because folklores especially for a country that's dynamically and rapidly changing, if the folklores are simply classified as a one sector, a one rigid sector, the folklore cannot keep up with the pace, especially in terms of budgets or in terms of standings of the museum or standings of the Director General. The classification, such rigid classification, of course, it's understandable, but does not help us going forward. So that's why we need to combine them all together and create new values. I'm not sure whether this is possible, but still we need to ask ourselves, should we rigidly classify them? So that's why I decided to take a look at a different country and different museum. And let me give you some examples. One type is open-air outdoor museum. In the case of Skansen Outdoor Museum located in Stockholm. Stockholm is, as you know, a very beautiful city.
This is quite similar to the folk town or village in Korea, in Yongin, as you know, but there is a zoo and there are local residents who come here wearing traditional clothes, and there are a number of visitors to that site as well. And in addition, for Shenzhen Cultural Folk Village in China, I have been there to understand what it is. I went around and I think this looks very familiar, and I looked up, and I guess this is where it's located, right above Hong Kong. There are 50 different small tribes and people, and because China is going through rapid confusion and societal changes from communism to capitalism, and because people do not listen to the propaganda, they wanted to console the sentiment of different citizens, and that's why they are encouraging all these minorities to embrace their culture, and they allow the rituals and festivals, even though in the past they hadn't. And in order to console their hearts, they're creating this folk village and pouring a lot of investment and funding. And 55 different cultural clothing, buildings are created in this site. And as a result, this is a conservation of folklore. It is also restoration of folklore. It is a great tourism asset. You might not even believe that it is actually China. And that's how they use it. And moving on, you can see that even though we don't have it here, I always say we need to create something like this. If you look at Beijing or Shenzhen, I think maybe it's because of the scale of the company. It's a big country, and multiple thousands of people can join in the mega site or arena, and there are spectacular performances. Of course, compared to Beijing, it's not as big, but multiple groups of people and showmen. Of course, for us, you might think that this is something fun and people are enjoying and having a good time. But sometimes in Beijing, you'll see artificial waterfall would literally fall down and flow on the stage. you know that many foreigners are coming in, and when we don't really have enough spots and opportunities for them to spend a lot of money. We need to utilize performances and folklore, utilize tour contents so that we can attract their consumption and expenditure here in Korea. If you think about Changdong or Ilsan, I know that they are preparing some programs there, but we'll see. And now next is a folklore museum in Norway, in Oslo. This is a site where 170 different wooden structures and houses are dismantled and moved here. Again, you might think that Norway has a very hostile natural environment. That's why there were Vikings and they would steal other people's properties on the sea, and they don't want to be looked and viewed that way. That's why they always focus on their folklore and their tradition and culture. And especially there is Sami culture, where Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russians, Sami people, which account for 80,000, and they mostly live in Norway. It's a very peculiar cultural heritage they have, and they're trying to preserve that culture by operating the outdoor folk museum. It's a very typical outdoor folk museum, and there's also the National Museum of Japanese History. I'm sure many of you have been there. It is interdisciplinary museum. It is National Museum of Japanese history. So Japanese history is well covered and handled, and at the same time there's history elements and folklore elements all mixed in nicely, and you can see how Japanese people have lived for a long time. And even though it's a little bit similar, we have another example, which is the Civic Museum of Reggio in Italy. It's a small museum, but they have remodeled the sanctuary and the dorm for nuns and turned it into a museum. And there's anthropology, urban history, natural history, ethnography, and anthology are all mixed together. And for German Leifgeography Museum, you can see that before moving on to Germany, they don't limit themselves to specific topics. They would like to cover a variety of ranges and scopes of collections, but it all began with the focus on folklore. And now moving on to American Folk Art Museum, you may think that, oh, America has such a short history. Why would they have a folklore or culture? But there is actually a folk art museum in the U.S., in New York. It was right next to MoMA. It was built in 1961, but it actually shrank in terms of size and went to a more remote location next to the Lincoln Center. So I guess America, when it comes to folklore, because it's quite short, and Smithsonian Institute in Washington, there's a big monumental museum. So it's more like a matter of formality, I believe, in New York. But it started as a folk art museum, but there are jazz performances, classical performances, and visitors here would enjoy multiple genres of performances and arts and cultures. And also, they have not placed any blockage between the collections and viewers, so that they can feel closer and connected to the collection. And now moving on to the UK's Cambridge Museum for Anthropology and Archaeology, and there's also a museum, Hearst Museum of Anthropology, that was relocated to UC Berkeley from UC California, and then now it is managed by the Music Association of California. So you can see that I gave some of the high-level points of view, the regional and also national, somewhere in between management coming in for folklore. And now I would like to move on to ethnology focused museum. So basically, different peoples and different nations collections are well distributed. One of the famous one is Osaka. National Museum of Ethnology in Osaka. It was first established in 1974, and there's also a master's degree program. And during having the course like that is quite critical and important. But if you think about Korea, I don't think any museum is in operation that way. So if the government is not going to do that, or public museum is not going to do that, I think it's necessary for the private museums to start and adopt that programs to give master's degree. If I think one thing that the National Museum of Korea cannot do is that area. If you look at the Sejong Special City, there's so many different programs. International Folklore Museum. In order to become one of those, sorry, I was maybe talking too much. It's a big museum, so huge that you'll get lost and you'll get tired. And now moving on to Spanish National Anthropology Museum in Korea, and because Spain used to be an imperialistic company, and I believe we will see how modern society was formed. And in the past, maybe we were at a disadvantage, but even though we were not a colonizer, just because of that, that doesn't mean we cannot collect all those remnants or remains or collections in Korea. We are powerful and we are capable of that. And if someone says, oh, why can't you not do that? And maybe you may think that, oh, we were just colonies. We were never colonizers or imperialists. But that's just an excuse. You can just go out and purchase collections, or you can exchange them, or you can collect some of the dispersed items and objects into one space. That's a possibility. And so we just looked at the National Anthropology Museum of Spain. And now let's move on to Quai Branly Museum of France. It has multiple continents, folklore, culture, Africa, Asia, America, Oceania. There's masks and living goods and items, and this was probably established in Jacques Chirac. That's why Jacques Chirac, former president's name, is reflected in the official name. And we also have the Switzerland Geneva Anthropology Museum. It's anthropology and ethnology at the same time. And in Europe, I think ethnology is a much more common term than anthropology. So it's quite ambiguous to distinguish anthropology versus ethnology. We say people's music, tribal music, and ethnic music. They would collaborate with experts, and local residents and experts would gather to come up with a new project. It's a large-scale museum. And now moving on to the Netherlands, Museum Volkenkunde. If you look at the Japanese word over here, there is African, Asian, Indonesian, different buildings were designated to different cultures, and we also see a Korean building here included too, and it has the longest history of having Korean collection. I believe the Netherlands came to Korea from a long time ago. I think they have been collecting our objects and collections one by one, and they have gathered everything in one place. But this is includes some of the collections that existed even before Joseon Dynasty opened its doors to foreign countries before 1876. So I'm not so sure whether their collections are really high level or premium level, but there is the Korean word or building, and I have done some research on internet and put them in here as images. So not from just a local or domestic perspective, you can see international museum, and most recently built museum is French's National European and Mediterranean Civilization Museum. It doesn't cover just one country. It's covering both the continental and the regional coverage. And now moving on to Canadian Museum of History. This is, of course, just like America, Canada doesn't have a long history, but they focus on cultural diversity. It is a leader when it comes to implementing cultural diversity, and they have to do so. Multiple ethnicities and different backgrounds are living together, and that forms their national identity. That's the key characteristic it has. That's why they expressed the national identity into a space. It's a large scale space full of budget, and I heard that their budget, I think it talks about it over here on the bottom part of my slide, and you can see that usually museums are in operation as an incorporation. I know that in Korea, you may think that it's under a corporation, then people might take to the street and protest against it. But if you look at other examples in other countries, like in the US or Canada, just because it becomes a corporate, that doesn't mean it'll be all independent operation. The public agency would chip in money for donation and for subsidies, and there's also more professional way of operation and management. So there is around 90 billion Korean won, and I heard that 74% approximately are coming from the central government's budgeting. And I would hope to visit this particular museum because I've never been there. And last but not least, and in France, in Paris, there's Boulogne's museum. It's not quite spectacular. It's just square initial anthropology museum, and Trocadero, Lévi-Strauss. These people have collected some culture and folklore items and collections into that, and then that got moved to Boulogne's museum. But I know that the museum was called the Traditional Folklore Museum, but no one was actually paying attention to that particular museum. It was about traditional agricultural society, and it was not fun and exciting. And that is why, because they wanted to change the course, after going through 15 years of discussion, we shouldn't just limit the scope into France. They have to move it to Marseille, and because France is a centralized government, more so than Korea, even though they usually do not tag the name the National Museum of something, but for the first time, they decided to add this term or title and decided to call the Le Musée Natural d'Art traditional popularity. So all the national main folklore museums was given to a private entity, and they decided to move this existing museum to Marseille near the Mediterranean coast. And as you can see over here, it became a new museum called Le Musée National des Arts Traditions Populaires. So after the relocation, the size became bigger. The items and collections were large and broadened, and the communication, education, and multiple complicated performance and arts and cultures were fused into this space. And that happened in 2015, where they were awarded with a meaningful award, which is called Le Prix du Musée du Conseil de l'Est, and the collection's range and scope was broadened to cover the Mediterranean area, which is much more inclusive. And the meaning to it is that if you think about European cultures, the point of the center for culture started from the Mediterranean area towards the northern part of Europe, but I believe the Mediterranean culture is always a nostalgia and the root of their living and existence, and they are reviving that feel and yearning for nostalgia. So Mediterranean area is somewhere that can always come back to as home for culture and history, and that's the meaning of this particular museum.
그래서
So there used to be a fortress, and there is a bridge created to connect the fortress and the museum, and the design also symbolized the waves of the Mediterranean, so it got a lot of attention from the architects. And these are all the ones that I got from the homepage, so if you're interested, make sure to visit the homepages. And of course, budgets are important in museum operation, and that's why I came up with this data. It's about 2 to 3 years old, but we, the research team, did a research, and Canada has about 60 billion in budgets, and France has about 34 billion, but the human resources are quite similar. And as for the area, the Mediterranean Museum is much larger. So you can see that it's quite large in scale, relatively speaking. So from all of this, well, in the case of Korea, we are quite unique because we have a national folk museum that focuses primarily on folklore. And that is because that we have seen other museums focused on folklore doing well. But I hope that Korea can be more flexible going forward. I hope that we can remove barriers and be more flexible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. The presenter always takes on this conversational mode, and this is really impressive, and it makes us remember the content even more. Thank you for that. So she talked us about expanding the definition of folklore, and that is definitely necessary. But we have to think about how we can make this possible. And one way of deliberating on this would be looking at different case studies of overseas. So thank you for pointing these out. And we at the museum are about to relocate. And I believe that this can prove meaningful for us in this regard. So now it's 3:13, and we would have to prepare the stage for roundtable discussion. So we will begin the roundtable discussion at 3:50 as planned. So please take a break. Thank you.
그럼 지금부터
Now, let us begin the discussion session for the day 1 of academic conference. For the moderator, we are going to have the head of the Korea Museum Education Society, Lee Kwan-ho. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. Now I'd like to hand over the mic. Hello everyone, I am Lee Kwan-ho. So you have been here from 10:30 in the morning. I'm sure that you are a bit tired for a long day. For the presenters, you have been preparing a lot. And also, 40-minute presentation is quite a long time. And thank you for spending a lot of time in preparing and presenting. For the discussion, we are going to take a designated panel session. So the 4 presenters and the 4 discussants will be paired. The discussants will take up about 10 minutes and make sure to limit the response to about 5 minutes. And if there are any questions from the floor, we are going to get about a couple of them afterwards. First of all, we are going to welcome the professor of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Choi Byung-jin, for the first discussant. And for the second discussant, we are going to have Sung Won-ju, the head of Exhibition and Collection Department of War Memorial of Korea. And thirdly, the third discussant will be the very first Director General of Seoul Museum of Craft Art. She is in charge of a digital exhibition planning and curating. And we were able to thankfully invite Kim Jong-hwa to today's symposium. And also for Ryu Jung-hwa's presentation, well, this is something that's really related to what we are doing at the National Folk Museum of Korea. It was about future, and she majored in humanities, but she also has a deep knowledge in folklore. So thank you so much for that great presentation. But as distinguished a fellow is Na Kyung-soo from Jeonnam National University. He is also a very esteemed professional in this field. So these are the 4 discussants. And in the interest of time, I would like to keep my part very brief. I would like to welcome the first discussant to discuss about the first presentation provided by Goranka Horjan. So please go ahead. Welcome him with a big hand, please. Hello. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. In particular, thank you for pointing out the relationship between museums and society and what practical role museums can play. As you mentioned, adaptive leadership can help museums respond to social changes in a flexible and effective manner. It allows them to consider the relationship between diagnosis and operation, system and individuals, and produce meaningful outcomes. Based on historical, social, and cultural values that were passed down, it allows museums to expand social discourse, and thus it's very useful to actively operate museums. Also, you pointed out that museums should actively spread values in society by involving experts, visitors, supporters, and external stakeholders actively. So I fully agree with that point as well. For example, transformative leadership or the active participation of visitors and research on interaction between theory and implementation around these important topics do seem to have close relationship with adaptive leadership. However, as in the case of Salona, as you mentioned, there are various stakeholders involved, and this can result in dilemmas. Solving this also requires flexible responses by museum, And we need a different positioning that covers museum policy and vision and mission. So in this context, I have two questions. First of all, so before museums create a positioning for themselves, they need to think about improving public quality. So as museums interact with society and actively play their part in this new day and age, what would be the new roles required of museums in this new day and age? And they would have to not only negotiate and discuss with internal stakeholders, but they would have to interact with external stakeholders as well. So could you please clarify on this? And second, as museums intervene in real life, they need to engage in social collaboration, and they need to thus go beyond traditional roles. So in your opinion, how much should the museums intervene in real life? Are there any scopes or criteria for that? Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So there were two questions in general. First was about the new qualities required of the museums, and second was if the museums are to intervene in real life, museums have to be more flexible, then how much should the museums intervene in real life? So the first presenter, Gorka Horjan, could you please respond to this?
Thank you very much for your questions. Considering the public role of museums, we have to be aware that today it's not only a social role. What museums mainly focus on is the educational impact. But you know that in this pyramid, besides intrinsic, you have institutional and instrumental characteristics as well. So therefore, museums today are entering into various fields like economy, entrepreneurship, urban development, planning. We know where the huge museum investments have been made. Some cities have been completely transformed. You open the new value for real estate in a certain period. So this involves a really a broader scope of stakeholders who are interested in having a say how museums will be developed, what culture policies will be made, and museums really also have to be aware of that. In year 2018, European Union proclaimed the year as the year of European cultural heritage, strictly pointing one issue as the important one, the common good. Cultural heritage is the common good. And museums have to really work with their audiences that this is understood. Whatever we do jointly will affect our future life in urban and in rural areas as well. Today we have spoken mainly about investment and museums in urban areas, but I have to say in my country and many other European countries, due to EU funding, many interpretation and visitor centers are made not in the cities, but in smaller communities, especially sensitive communities losing population are have an advantage, like islands, like isolated place. They get the money to invest into cultural heritage in order to keep these communities alive. So there is a really distinct purpose for that. What the museums need to do, they have to be inclusive and they have to be relevant. This is the key point, let us say. Every museum can do it in its own way, depending on what we have already said, the resources. But this is really really important. Another thing, can they stick to their traditional role? Of course not. They should of course, keep their professional format and stick to the values, to the museum ethics, and do their work professionally. But in the fast-changing world, you cannot stay the same. I think it's Alice in the Wonderland, or where she said, "Oh, you have to run very fast to stay at the place," you know. So otherwise, you are gone somewhere in the past without proper relevance to people, and then you will end up without the visitors and without the possibility to make the impact on the society.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. I guess a lot of you understand, but last year in Czech Prague, the definition of museum changed. An important keyword there was sustainability, inclusivity, and multiculturalism, diversity, and local culture and local community. So there were lots of talks about inclusivity today as well. And in particular, in this rapidly changing society, museums would have to definitely take a more active role. Are there any other things to add? If not, let's move on. Well, before that, the museum's leaders, as a person who had been working in a museum for about 31 years, I realized that leaders are really important in museum. Leaders of divisions or leaders of museums as a whole are important. So making sure that the leaders have the capacity is really important, because that's how they can keep up with the rapidly changing environment. Of course, you would have to work with the employees. You should not just go ahead alone. You have to be collaborative and work with the employees. If you have any other questions from the floor, we will be taking that at the very end part of the discussion. And for the second discussant, we are going to welcome Ms. Heo Won-ju, who is going to comment on the presentation by Philippa Simpson. Please go ahead. Yes. So you made a presentation about V&A Children Museum, which is known as UK's very first children's museum. And thank you so much for giving me such interesting presentation, full of visuals. I also visited the Children's Museum in Bethel about 15 years ago, so I felt the changes to be even more interesting. And what I learned from that revamp program is, of course, inclusivity and innovation should be at the center of the revamp that took place for about 5 years. And that's actually what happened. Maybe those in the museum scene may not realize this, but there are actually a lot of people who don't come to the museums, and people are reluctant to come to museums because there are a lot of barriers, both conscious and unconscious. And your presentation helped us to understand more about how to overcome these barriers. The Museum of Childhood, that is before the revamp, I thought that that museum was more like an archive of the children of the modern and the contemporary era. But based on what you said and based on the YouTube video I watched, the new young V&A seems to be the stage and the playground and the lab for the children living this age. So it went through a complete transformation, and I would like to give you two questions. Well, I talked about innovation, but you brought in the natural light, and you opened the roof and the windows so that the natural light can come to the artifacts. And you also gave a lot of access to the children. So children can now play a more active role in this space. And I believe that allowing this required close collaboration and discussions with different divisions. You also said that you had to engage in close collaboration with Conservation Division. And I would like to ask you, what was the most difficult area to come to agreement, and how were you able to overcome such differences in opinion?
제가 또 인상 깊게 들었.
And my second question is, what was impressive to me was how you incorporated local school students. You did some consultation sessions, had interviews, and you also grouped them into two categories: those who come to the museum regularly and the non-goers who have never been to museums, because I think it's a very interesting approach. Usually when we always think about stakeholders, the ones who already come tend to suggest different ideas, but you included the children who did not get to come to museum is quite interesting and intriguing. However, in that point, my question is, among the two different groups, what was the most meaningful difference between the two? What was the gap or difference that you found from two different groups, and how you reflected that gap and changes or differences in terms of pursuing the project? So those are my two questions. Thank you. It was a quite succinct summary, and there were two questions. To summarize, number one, as you said, what were the most difficult challenges for reaching consensus, and how you derived conclusion and the decision making? Because in Korea, we tend to think that natural light should never come inside. It should be dark from the beginning, and we should light it up with some artificial lighting. And I'm sure when people were against that idea about embracing natural light, how would you overcome that? And number two, what were the meaningful differences between non-goers and regular visitors of the museum? How did you reflect those gap and differences in terms of decision making?
It's on? Yeah, brilliant. So thank you. Really interesting questions, both. So to start with the first, in terms of reaching consensus around the natural light, it was the hardest. It was the hardest decision actually that we had to take, and it was something that we, as a sort of design team and creative team, felt incredibly committed to. And so we knew from the start that it was something that would be a long process. So we didn't leave it to the last minute, is the first thing to say. As soon as we knew that it was important, and I should say that this was not rooted in just, it wasn't just a design concept, it wasn't just a kind of a nice idea. It was rooted in child psychology. We know that children learn better, play better, are in a better mood generally if they have natural light in a space. It's true of adults too, but it is particularly important for children. And the second thing was we had this park right on our doorstep, and sustainability in the outdoor world we knew from the children was incredibly important, and that connection was really vital. So once we knew that that was important, we started conversations with our conservation team. We were very fortuitous, I will say, because we had a new head of conservation join the team at exactly that moment from an institution. He'd just been working actually in Oslo. He's Portuguese, but he'd been working in Norway, and he heads up a group of conservation researchers and scientists. So he already had his mind in what is the future of conservation, particularly in light of sustainability. So he had a kind of flexible way of thinking, which helped. And he worked with us very closely to think about how we would manage light in a much more sophisticated way, object by object, case by case. And also, how much we balance in an ethical way, I suppose, the difference between conservation and generosity. So how much we protect and how much we give and share. And once you come from the given share sensibility and move backwards, actually you can really stretch those boundaries. And that was important to him. And again, it comes back, I think, to having shared values with everybody. So if everybody is seeing the same vision and moving in the same direction, it becomes and they know why, it's much easier to begin to think imaginatively, creatively, and laterally about how you work. And I think the other way that we managed it in a practical sense, with the designers themselves, spent hours and hours mapping out every single object and turning cases around and putting in just an inch bigger around a case to cast shadow. So it was a really collective effort. But because we all knew what we wanted to achieve, there was never a question. It sounds awful. We didn't really allow there to be an alternative of closing the windows. It would come up and it would get put away straight away because we knew how significant it was. And that town square, that communal space at the heart of things with the cafe, that kind of, social space was so critical, which comes back to really where we're located, in a borough where there isn't that social space, that doesn't exist. We really are the only public service in that area and public space. So I think that's how we overcame it. But there was, the other side of it is actually, we're playing around with a very well-loved Victorian building, a very important historical monument, and we had planners and local authorities, and we also had local residents who loved the building and were quite, to use a local phrase, quite allergic to change. They were scared by it. And so we did the same process with them, and we shared images right from the start, and particularly with the colour palette, which could have been very controversial, did a huge amount of historic research and found 30 different colours in that building over its history. And our other site is incredibly colourful. So to come to your second question, which is a rather different aspect, so the consultation with the two different groups, visitors and non-visitors, the difference between them, I would say, it's contradictory. It's both everything and nothing at all. So for the parents, very, very different. The people who'd come before wanted a place that would stimulate their children intellectually, where they would better themselves, but where the museum would take their child and look after it, and they could just sit and have coffee while their child was entertained. Okay, they want a break. And that's because that half of the community, we have two very different communities, one on either side of the museum, are generally people who are employed, who are very busy during the week. They're very high earners, high achievers. The groups that didn't come in our area largely are from Bangladeshi and Bengali communities, had never been in a museum before at all, and what they wanted is somewhere that would make them feel welcome, make them feel like it was their heritage was part of our national heritage, and where they would bring together the generations. And it was all about intergenerational communication and play. So two what might look like conflicting imperatives, but so we needed to find a way to pull them together. And actually, play is the answer, right? Giving people something to do together. And actually, those parents who wanted their children to be looked after join in, and the parents who were happy to join in are now a bit happier to sit back as well. So it's worked well. But I do think, so there was a big difference. With the children, when we asked them, there's no difference. There's no difference. The aspirations, the wants, the needs of children are kind of universal. They're very intellectually engaged. They wanted us to talk about sustainability, about gender, about the future of their cities, which, all of which we cover. And they want something to do, and they want to be active, and they want to do it together. So it's, as I say, everything and nothing.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Especially when you think about the specialty of children's space, I believe it was particularly difficult. If I recall 2008 and 2009, I also was involved in operating the Children's Museum, and I remember the challenges I had, especially right now. I think museums are playing a big role in sustainability, climate change, or environmental issues, and I believe whether museums are playing the right role when it comes to tackling climate change is becoming an issue. And especially because it was a children's museum, I believe it was more challenging. You said inclusivity and inclusion and horizontal communication were important, and it was a very democratic decision-making process that you showcased. So thank you very much for your answer. Any other comment from Mr. Seo? Well, let me just add one comment, very short, and then also one short question as well. After listening to your answers during the improvement process, I think the design team played a role. I believe it was what Steve Jobs did to create and come up with an iPhone. You had the complete goal, and instead of compromising, you just pushed for it, which is great. And then secondly, I know that the building is a Victorian building. I'm sure local citizens loved it, and you reached consensus with the local residents. But as far as I understand, there was the Historic England. It's designated as History 2 level. And during the change process, how did you reach consensus with the History England, the cultural authorities?
This second, yeah. There were lots of different ways, actually. So we had an advisor from the very beginning who, every time we proposed something, would talk us through the implications and what we were allowed to do and what we weren't. And we went through a very long period of research to see what was of greatest significance within the building and what was perhaps less significant. And excuse me, in conversation with Historic England, who are not easy. So you put in an application, they come back with some questions, with some queries, they challenge, you go backwards and forwards. And also they can take letters from locals as well who may object. So it is a lengthy process. So what we did is we laid out what the benefit was, basically, of us being able to do this. I'll give you one specific example, and it's odd. In order to create the stage that I showed, the performance area, that's actually made from an old staircase that was original to the museum. And to create it, we had to take out just some handrails, and we filled a bit in, and then we carpeted it to create the seating, which we thought was very clever, because the staircase had to be blocked off anyway, and it was going nowhere, so we made use of it. And Historic England loved these handrails. It was the one thing. So we go backs and forwards. But once we could show them the visuals of what we were creating, and once we could show them what the children had asked for and what it would create, and we promised to keep the handrails and we store them somewhere on site, so they're still there. They can be returned if they're ever really needed. And they kind of came, and the phrase, they came on that journey with us. It was last minute. Took us the whole project pretty much, but without it, it would have been so substantially different. And so it was the same thing, really, of starting the narrative early with them, I would say. Yeah. Thank you.
네, 아마 이거는 우리.
I believe the same goes true for Korea and the reality of the National Folk Museum of Korea as well. We always think about, are we going to utilize the space more, or are we going to focus on conservation or preservation more? And I think this balance is trying to be struck in every space, every country, not just Korea. And I think consensus is important. And the fact that you went through that successfully, I would like to commend your hard work. And I would like to move on quickly.
국성화.
Now let us welcome Mr. Kuk Sung-ha, who will talk about. Kuk Sung-ha has talked about trends and future of museums in Korea, focusing on cultural action for foreigners, and we'd like to welcome Kim Jong-ha as discussant. Hello. Mr. Cook, thank you for your interesting presentation on how the cultural actions of museums have changed for the sake of foreigners. That was very interesting. And these kind of statistics and figures do not come easily. But you were able to cover the figures from 1990s to 2020s, and you also covered the programs of the National Folk Museum of Korea, National Museum of Korea, and Seoul History Museum, and you provided us with this clear table. So thank you so much for that. I believe that it will be really helpful for everyone who is going to do research in this area. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for your effort. And You mentioned in your presentation that it was in 1994 that the very first cultural action for foreigners began in the public museum. It's about 30 years ago, and it started off as the folk song festival for foreigners. And you covered all the programs until 2020. And the biggest objective of those programs is to target the foreigners in Korea and help them experience Korean programs and to change their awareness. And such programs and programs with those objectives are continuing on even now. But there has been some minor changes, and in particular, there has been some legal and institutional changes regarding multiculturalism and cultural diversity. And there's also been some changes to the definition and concepts of museums, and also the circumstances surrounding people living in Korea have changed as well. And legally speaking, quite recently, from 2010, such discussions have been taking place, and I believe that your presentation predicted that such changes will take place in a more rapid manner. Also, a lot of the activities are focused on the foreigners in Korea, and especially on those who come to Korea in a voluntary manner. But first of all, number-wise, compared to the entire foreigner population in Korea, the ones who participate in the Korean museum programs are quite limited in number. And I was able to understand this very clearly with the numbers that you presented. And in particular, I guess the biggest change came from the multicultural package started by the National Folk Museum of Korea in 2010. It did not just focus on the foreigners, it focused on Koreans as well. And it also focuses on coexistence and the reconciliation and harmony of different cultures. And this allows us to question what the cultural diversity means. And it is about asking new questions and finding new answers. And in this journey, I believe that multicultural package, an innovative program, have given us a new foundation. Another biggest change, I guess, would be the changes in the number of foreigners. And I believe that we need to think deeper about this. As you can see, the number of foreigners are increasing, that's a fact. But that figure is from 2019. So this does not include the biggest change came from COVID-19. And also, if you compare this with the number 10 years ago, we would have seen even bigger increase. And most of these foreigners are focused on foreign laborers and foreign brides. So compared to our demographics, well, basically, they're more focused on working age population. And a lot of them have started a family. And we can say that the younger population, the children and babies, are also increasing as well. The youth and the children and babies are growing in numbers, and this means that we are seeing a new age group in foreigner population. So we would have to target this population as we launch programs from the museums. So that is another important point from your presentation and the insight I got. And, well, in this context, I would like to ask a question as well as make some comments. So all of the activities that you have shown are done by the educational department of museums or the cultural departments. But as the previous speakers focused on, the ICOM's definition of museum have changed, and diversity is gaining more momentum and becoming major issues. Then, why should museums focus on diversity? And then, how should we restructure our activities around diversity? We would definitely have to talk about this issue. And these foreigner-centered activities and education, well, we need to move beyond simply trying to provide educational program for foreigners, but how can we do that? Also, we talk a lot about cultural diversity, and you have major presentations focused on foreigners. Well, cultural diversity should center the region where people of different nationalities live together. But is the existing definition of cultural diversity relevant in this day and age? Diversity does not come from nation or nationality. Even within the people with same nationality, there could be a huge level of diversity. And even within the same generation, there could be high level of diversity. So in a broader sense, we can say that cultural diversity should not be confined to foreigners living in Korea. That would be too limited a definition. And we have been discussing a lot about DEAI. As we always say, diversity, equity, accessibility, inclusion. So this discussions on these four major concepts should not be confined to just one program or one exhibition. It should be at the core of the mission and the values of the entire museum. So we would have to keep this in mind as we move forward. Of course, you wouldn't be able to answer this comment, so I would not like to ask you this question, but well, in 2000, Stefan Weil said successful museums should not be just about objects, it should be about people. And what's more important is not just objects, but the memories that fill those objects and spaces. So we might have to remind ourselves of this important phase. And what is more, in this digital age, diversity and foreigners should not be confined to museum goers, because museums in this digital age have to have online presence. And all of these activities have to target the international audience. In that sense, diversity, accessibility, inclusion, or equity should take on a completely new perspective. So again, thank you for your presentation, but I would like to ask you how we can expand on these issues. Could you care to comment? Thank you so much. Indeed, the cultural diversity has been around from 2000 or early 2000. It has been a very important issue from then, and the discussant presented three important questions. As Kim said, cultural diversity has been focused on educational programs up until now. Of course, Mr. Cook focused on exhibitions and how exhibitions could deal with diversity. But there has been talks about expanding the cultural diversity programs. And also, as for the second question, this is getting a lot of attention these days. So, Should cultural diversity simply involve foreigners? No. There are diversities within the cities and rural areas, and there's also diversities between and across different generations. So we need to think about that as well. And also for digital, we need to think about how much digital presence we need to have. So could the presenter please answer these questions? Sure. First of all, thank you for asking the question. We have been only targeting the foreigners from the educational division, but we need to go beyond that. And when the educational division focuses on foreigners, I think that we need to take a more integrated approach. Already, about 5% of the population are foreigners, and a lot of them permanently reside in Korea. And there are also the families and children of them. So when we design educations, or when we design exhibitions, or when we secure the collections, we need to take them into account. And we need to make sure that they can play an active role. So I do not believe that only one division should be in charge of this. The entire divisions within the museum have to collaborate in this regard. Also, in terms of cultural diversity, of course, it would be involving foreigners and locals, and it could be about involving people of different age groups. And we do need to take a multifaceted approach, but foreigners are an important subset. Well, I thought that we need to be more generous about different cultures. Well, I used to think like that 10 years ago, but we need to go beyond that. We need to think of different culture and different groups of people as those who are coexisting with us. As for, I wouldn't be able to give you more detailed answer, but that's what I think. And as for digital, well, digital covers the entire international scene. And as we create metaverse, about 80 to 90% of the visitors to the metaverse world is those who come from other countries. And some even didn't realize that this metaverse is located in Korea. And that means that in this world, when you talk about cultural diversity, we are not a prominent culture. The discussant, do you want to make another comment? No? As for the first question, well, there are some moves taken by the museum. But as in the case of National Folk Museum of Korea, well, we do collections and research and education, but we would have to make efforts to link these different roles together. We are making efforts in this regard, but these collaborative efforts are not really visible right now. And I believe that National Folk Museum of Korea is actually the only museum in Korea that really actively does research. And it is the only museum that links all of these different roles together. In 2009 or 2010, we conducted a multicultural family program for about 3 years. And this involved us going to the actual field and collecting the artifacts. And going forward, we would have to focus on this area as we conduct research. We would have to really think about how to encompass them in our discussions about how to move forward.
정도가 지났는데요.
So we have spent about 34 or 44 minutes, and last but not least, I would like to move on to the last topic discussion. And regarding the case study on the touristic impact of folk museums presented by Jung Ryu, Chair Research Fellow at the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute, I believe there was some competition related to cultural industry, and there were a lot of feedback, negative feedback. I have to be cautious about this, but cultural exhibition, does that mean we're making money or doing business with that? Like, why is that intertwined to one another? And that was some of the negative approach or feedback related to the convention we just held. And I believe Ms. Ryu talked about we need to redefine what folklore culture should mean, and we need to come up with a new approach that are more fitting towards the future generation. So I'm going to ask Professor Na Kyung-soo for his feedback related to the presentation first. Well, first of all, I would like to sincerely congratulate the National Folk Museum on its 30th anniversary. It's not just relocation, it was actually a true expansion of the size. And I believe in the future, I expect more growth and more successful operation of the National Folk Museum of Korea. And in line with that, I would like to ask a few questions to Ms. Ryu. I have actually had a chance to listen to multiple presentations of Ryu, and I think she's very talented when it comes to researching some of the foreign examples and case studies. So it's quite great because I don't have to pay any tuition to understand what foreign examples and case studies are. So thank you for this opportunity. And today was the same. You basically collected and grouped all the important museums outside Korea. That was a great learning opportunity for me. And I believe I was asked to write a brief that is as long as my A4 size, but I was quite shocked because usually I write maybe maximum 10 sentences, but I had to fill in all page, so we shall see. So I have 3 questions in total. First, regarding the cultural prototyped digital content project of the Korea Creative Content Agency, you mentioned this project and you say it almost failed. Well, I agree that it failed, to be honest, but I always think and have thought that I think grammar or syntax is wrong. I have been saying the same thing over and over again. And you also gave us an example of Squid Game, but let me give you another example. So I am currently working as an outsourcer for the cultural authorities. Number 1 is based in Jindo. We talked about folklore games that are around 30 different types of games that have been around in Korea for a long time. And this project is about researching all 30 different types of games and group them into one big project, which is quite similar to Squid Games. But one of the syntax that they would like to use was one source and multi-use. However, I think we need to change this grammar. It should be multi-source and one use. So, think about the Lord of Rings or Harry Potter. Those are already famous and popular, so you can do one source multi-use. But you think about the ones that are not as popular yet, it should be multi-source and one use. So if you think about 80% of all the cultural authorities' works, those are all folklore heritage assets. So we need to combine those different types of games. You have to come up with one single purpose and then make sure that what fits that category and then come up with a cultural product. I feel like we're going backwards because we're so fixated on the concept of one source and multi-use. So related to that, I know that you were in charge of many different important projects. I want to understand what your thought is related to my suggestion. Number 2, I think it's a quite interesting makeup here where I'm the farthest away from actual speaker here. I feel bad about commenting this, but I would like to question your assumption or preconceptions. I haven't done the actual research in depth, but I feel like instead of expanding folklore, I don't think the folklore is expanding. I think cultural elements rose to the surface first, and because Korea culture became popular or cultural trends happened to be that way, folklore was brought in automatically. It's not like folklore independently expanded its horizon or influence. So one example I would like to make is when you say folklorism, folklore policy, folklore culture, folklore industry. For those industries to flourish, we need some academic background. But there's no major or department in Korean universities or colleges related to folklore. So I don't think there is active propulsion as folklore itself to drive or to lead different industries. So when you said the expansion of folklore concept, maybe this is just a trend rather than a voluntary or active movement within or proposed by the folklore group or association. Of course, we understand that folklore culture is important. If you think about the food museum or alcohol museum, the attire museum, or fire museum, there everything's folklore. If we don't call it folklore, but everything's folklore. I mean, according to my definition of folklore, I think National Museum of Korea is also a folklore museum. Every museum is not free from being called folklore. So folklore is important. It's a very important topic and subject. But you said societal attention is not being paid to folklore, and there's no policy support, there's no social support. I believe folklore is being looked as something that is quite negative, so I also feel regretful about what is happening. And third, I believe Korea's only national folk museum will have a clear purpose of being national. There's different positions and there's hierarchy. Compared to how much budget is allocated to this particular museum, I think we're doing really well. When foreign countries benchmark our museum, given that fact, I can say that it's quite successful. And when you sometimes come here for the exhibition, I'm quite shocked, pleasantly shocked by how clever the ideas are and approaches are. But when we're trying to expand such scopes and areas, you talked about some disabilities as a group or as audience. I also think that the National Folk Museum of Korea should be likened to the four major categories: tangible, intangible, monuments, and folklore legacy. So folklore is one of the four major designated cultural assets, but even though that is the case, the cultural authorities have never been actually systematically organized and managed folklore remnants or remains. So I have always emphasized that folklore cultural assets should be systematically managed and organized and collected. Even I believe some of the major collections located in the National Museum of Korea could be classified as called folklore legacy and called folklore heritage. So we need to expand the museum, folklore museum. We need to dispatch more human source into folklore museum. That is my individual and personal hope. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. So I think Professor Na, he's an expert in the operation of the Folk Museum of Korea, even more so than internal employees. So a total of 3 questions were asked. It should be multi-source, one use instead of the other way around. And secondly, I believe last year Andong University's folk major disappeared. And how are we going to secure academic researchers to make sure it stands as a standalone department or industry? So this is not fitting to what trend we are looking at. And thirdly, from tour perspective, how the folk museum can be expanding its usage for tour. Well, all the questions are so broad and big that it's impossible for me to come up with simple answers, but I will do my best regardless. So number one, for the multi-source one use is more appropriate than one source multi-use. Well, I personally believe I don't think one is wrong and the other is right. I think it depends on what assets are used in what context and what's the purpose of the assets are going to be. So that's how I would like to conclude. And I mean, the Korea Content Agency's project. I maybe if they had spent tens of billions of won, maybe we would have understood why it went that way, but they actually put hundreds of billions of won. That's why we were quite sad about the outcome or performance about the project. And I know that the Koreanization authorities said it talked about how we're going to create maps about local cities and regions, and I know that the budget is allocated in a great deal, and you can't even research or search that particular website, even though they're putting 5 billion or 10 billion won per local city. So when we have these folklore or cultural assets, I know that we have been trying really hard to promote and market these objects and cultural heritage of regional cities, but because this requires big commitment from human resources and capital resources perspective, the fact that we're not actually seeing any impact or benefit is a problem. And moving on to the second point you made, for the folklore studies, if you say that folklore researchers are the only one who studied folklore studies, the ones who have been studying and those who are interested in folklore, I think they all play a different role, and the value should be given to all these diverse stakeholders. So far, I mean, maybe it's embarrassing for me to say in front of a folklore expert, but when you say, "Oh, only experts get to do the study," don't even act like you know anything when you're not majoring in folklore. Maybe this is the wrong approach. When a folklore expert says it, no one can say it because for a long time, when you are devoting your whole life in folklore, when someone is not allowed to speak up about folklore, then what can you say to that expert? So I believe this is actually hampering the open and active participation of diverse stakeholders. Even when you know that these assets and objects are being utilized in multiple locations or occasions, when you cannot bring up an issue or idea or suggestion, then that's quite limiting. So I think that's also maybe what the National Museum of Korea, Folk Museum of Korea did in the wrong way. Maybe you're partly responsible for creating this culture. I think folklore experts and those who are interested in folklore should have the realm and venue together to discuss how the folklore should develop in the future. And if you can garner more stakeholders in folklore who are interested in folklore, there should be a venue or platform for them to come in and talk. But at the moment, I don't think you're doing the adequate or appropriate amount of platform provision. Of course, I understand that the budget is limited, and I know that this will relocate to Sejong Special City. At least when that relocation happens, we need to put some hopes into that movement, and we should think about it as not just a physical transfer, but a chemical transition, explosive expansion, as well as a change in terms of exchanges for both quantity and quality perspectives for operation and employee management. I know that your budget is around 12 billion. Okay, so I know that your budget is going to double because the size of human resources is going to double, and it's not going to be just folklore, but other cultural exchanges are going to happen in that space. And once it moves to Sejong, there is a big museum complex, and I know that 50% of that land and site will be designated for a folklore museum, and the other 50% will host different types of museums. And I believe that you should move, but because I know that we don't want to move, maybe we're not getting prepared for that transition. But what do you mean by what do I mean by preparation? When the time comes, right? Maybe it could be 5 years or 4 years, and at that moment, we should understand the demand for museum. We need to understand the ages, population who would like to come to museums a lot. I believe the quality and quantity of senior citizens there then in 5 years will be totally different. Their academic background will be different. Their economic capabilities will be different. Even though they retire, they could be people who want to still enjoy their life, and their intellectual curiosity will be quite high as well. And that is going to be around when the Folk Museum of Korea would be moving to the Sejong city of Korea. And they're not going to just come here to see, or they're not going to be just passive participants, be objects of the show. They would want to increase their quality of life by intervening and participating in the museum operation. They would like to see some changes of their life by coming to and engaging with museum opportunities and visits. Even for me, I always think about how I'm going to retire and lead my senior life.
굉장히 자주
So our society is suffering from rapid population aging, and also a lot of the retired people. We need to take them into account, and this means that the museum would have to meet the needs of so many different people. What is more, the Korean people have a very high level of cultural recognition, and their quality of expectations are going up. And for the museums to take all of them in, they need to move much faster. And what is more, we are going to relocate to Sejong City, and that means that we need to move even faster. And when that time comes, we shouldn't just think about whether to go for conservation or utilization. We need to think about how to change the scope of activities and how to utilize the different resources. But we need to start thinking about this right now. We talked about the Cultural Heritage Office, and they are now focusing a lot about utilization these days. But about 10 years ago, they only had about 600 billion won in budgets. And you may think that it's definitely outrageous because the budget's too limited. But now that the utilization is going up, they are now moving in much more budgets to about 20 to 30 billion won. So now the National Folk Museum thus should not simply think about conservation. They need to focus more on utilization and what kind of added value they can have from utilization, because this can lead to unlimited value. And I believe that the need for utilization will go up tremendously with Sejong City relocation, and I hope that you can make preparation in earnest. Thank you. Professor Nak, would you like to add on? If not, well, I would like to clarify one point, because the folklore experts do not look at folklore as if it is their own preserve. I believe that I encourage a lot of people to take interest in folklore. Of course, knowing and doing research, academic research, is completely different. So the universality or practicality and reasonality and these academic value would have to be based on the folklore research, and that is quite different from the folklore that we talk about. Of course, folklore can be utilized in many different neighboring regions, but I just wanted to emphasize and clarify this difference. I didn't misunderstand your point, just to clarify. Yes, I guess that we can just blame ourselves and end there. Why don't we take a couple of questions from the floor? We don't have a lot of time right now. We only have about 6 minutes. Aren't there any questions from the floor? Maybe one person? Anyone? Well, I think that actually demonstrates how well I moderated this session. Well, this is a matter that we would have to continue to discuss going forward. In particular, the future role of museum. Well, of course, we have been discussing this in the past, but these days, attention on this issue have been growing very fast. In particular, in the issues of sustainability, inclusivity, and diversity, and local culture and collaboration with the local community, especially in the context of local population declining rapidly. We at the museum would have to think a lot about this, and in that context, I would like to thank the Director General of the National Folk Museum of Korea for bringing this session together. I would like to also express my gratitude to Goranka Horjin for your insightful presentation, as well as Philippa Simpson. I would like to also thank Fuk Sung-ha and Ryu Jung-ha for your wonderful presentations. In addition, my gratitude goes out to Choi Byung-jin, Seo Won-ju, Kim Jong-hwa, and Na Kyung-soo, the 4 discussants. Thank you very much. With that, we would like to end the panel discussion for day 1. And tomorrow, we are going to have a presentation and discussions on children. I believe that the auditorium will be full tomorrow because many people have interest in this topic, but I look forward to your active interest until the very end. This issue of the role of future museums have to be deliberated continuously, and thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. Thank you.
발표하고 토론회에 참여해 주신
Again, I would like to express my gratitude to every participant and discussant. Now, this brings us to the end of the 2023 International Academic Conference, day 1. And I'd like to ask you to participate in day 2, that is tomorrow's conference. And this banner, don't you think it's great? Our theme is the role of future museums, and you might not be able to find these letters legible, but these banners are so wonderful, and why don't we take a commemorative photo in front of these banners? Thank you so much, everyone.